It's a bird. Gorgeous. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, thanks. Appreciate it. All right, we're just going to be hanging out, waiting for everyone to get in. I think everyone's here, so we're getting ready to get started. Here we go.
I have to ask for
Let
a
me fucking
clarification.
finish. Douglas, Dungeon Daddy's talking.
Will you stop talking?
I have
Let
to
him finish.
breathe.
Imagine breathing.
Don't forget. The fuck?
Bitch. Anyway,
The hell was that?
so the only person out of character that you guys will find out to basically put the shards into you, basically allow you to have that ability, is going to be Nate. He currently is the only person that you don't know he can do it yet until he tells you, but out of character, he's going to be the person that will change those shards over for you and also help you find the ones you need.
Mm.
So it's going to be down the line of where it may not be beneficial for you to constantly change over bonuses. It may be something where you're like, okay, I may want to have two different race crystals so I can have bonuses to either A or B, but there is going to be a limitation because your body's still going through the stressors.
Yeah.
So that's basically the long and short of it, is that as you guys level, you're going to be able to upgrade your ability scores and all kinds of stuff as you normally would. But as it comes for racial bonuses and stuff, that's going to come down the line once you actually start pulling those bits and pieces, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Because I'm expecting most of you to eventually just find a race in a class that fits you as a person, and you're going to wind up sticking with it for the rest of the campaign. Give or take a couple of adjustments.
Give me my pointy ears. I'm good.
So yeah, that's basically the long and short of it, is that as your ability scores are, they will go up as you level, as it normally would when you get ability score improvements. Otherwise, you're just, the only way you can start leveling is when you get a class, and all your questions will start being answered as you go. Makes sense? Questions?
I think I'm good, yeah.
Quants?
Question.
So for chat to know, I won't be chatting with you guys a whole lot,
How
but I will try to respond in like typing out chat because there's a lot going on. Bird,
Like
thank
I
you for
said,
stopping by.
before in the message that we talked about, you have a very vague understanding on how it works. You know how it could happen, and in your head, you do see someone having a shard pulled out of them, but you're not sure of the after effects because it's not something that was given.
Is it like I'm gonna reach down this person's throat and pull
No,
their
no, no,
soul
no.
out of their gut, or is it like what Max did and just tapped the forehead?
It's kind of not as simplistic as him. He is very well magically endowed.
Sure, sure.
We
But
poke
for
the
you,
eject button.
it's more of it's more of if you've ever seen like Naruto or anything like that, where they do a chakra-esque understanding of magic. That's kind of what you're leaning towards.
My ninja
Or
way. Got it.
like how like Aang in the last the last Airbender, how he kind of does
Takes away the
chi
bending.
bending. Yeah,
Energy bending.
yeah, essentially. So basically, it's gonna be more along the lines of pulling the energy out of someone. If that's true or not, based on what Bill told you, will come to pass.
Fucking Bill. Okay.
But he did give you the
What you
basic
do to
instructions.
Kunkachi Senpai.
Freaking.
The butt.
I mean,
I have a question.
yes.
So we've discussed how we're gonna get the classes, right?
Uh-huh.
How does that work for the various subclasses like paladin oaths or archetypes and shit like that?
So Nate currently at this point in time can only make level 1 shards. Which means that if he comes across someone who has either wherewithal to create a class shard or anything along that line, he'll be able to essentially copy a level 1 engram out of that person to give to you, and then as you level with it, your skills, your knowledge compound onto the knowledge you've been given from the engram.
Sick.
Basically, when you put the class shard into your person, you're essentially downloading the skills of that person into your head, and then as you go, you build up into it.
So it sounds like normal leveling with.
Yeah, it's essentially normal
Once
leveling.
you start normal.
Yeah.
Leveling. Okay.
Like down the line, if you know you guys are like level 6 or 7, and you come across a ranger who has a specific subclass, and you yoink it out of them through whatever means necessary, then you could give it to Zarya for her to essentially change her subclass over for her, like for herself as a ranger, but it's because it has to be an equivalent exchange, if that makes sense. Like, you can't just walk up to someone who has a sworn oath of a paladin and be like, oh, I'm going to yank their stuff, and immediately become a Oathsworn paladin, which would essentially be a level 4 plus character build.
Well, 3, but yeah.
So it's that whole situation of where you need to have that foundation so you can begin building off of it, which is where you are currently.
Okay, so before we go live, I have one very important question.
Uh-huh.
What are our winning Powerball numbers for tonight? Well, for tomorrow night.
I don't have them, and if I did it, I would not tell you.
Ah, snap.
I know.
7,
it's-
15, 23, 8, 9, 1.
Shut up,
You know, if those
Cactus.
win.
69, 69, 69.
Yep, it's all 69s, bro.
No, it's 4, 20, 6, 9, 6, 9.
Blaze up.
Up, down, left to earth type.
Or
Select A, B.
20 Blaze it.
Aw.
Blaze the dildo. It's just a symbol of a dildo on the
What?
ball.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
why is there a dildo? There doesn't have to be a dildo all the time.
Alright.
Of course not.
Is
That's
it
the
safe
real
to
Powerball.
is it
You
safe to
guys
go live
hear-
and actually feed Discord
Yes.
in? Thank you.
Yes, now it is time to begin.
Time to get live.
Thank you. Now I can be live. No more overly cursed things.
I've been live.
I know Grim was
We got
always
all of it.
testing. Fuck you. I proved I was right. It's the emoji thing, you bastard.
What?
Emotional damage.
What? What are you talking about, babe?
I don't know what he's still talking about. He keeps saying he's figured it out, but he's still not telling me what he figured out.
I don't know either.
The emote spam on Discord.
What?
The emoji spam on Discord.
Latte.
No, they're smoking the same drugs.
Oh shit.
Anywho.
Alright, so
The only thing I'm addicted
let me
to
know
is
when
your
everyone.
love.
I'm
That's
ready.
Shit,
pretty-
Douglas.
That's pretty not that dildo.
I'm about as
Let's go
ready as I'm
ahead.
going to be.
Yeah, everyone go ahead and go live if you haven't already. Let me know when so we can do our little intro, and we'll go ahead and get back into the veil.
I've been live for 20 minutes.
Oh,
I think I'm live.
I got everything set up.
Cool. Stop with the suggestive noises.
I'm stretching. That's my stretching. Cactus can testify that is what I sound like when I stretch.
Oh my god.
Sure she do.
Oh.
I heard
It
that.
also sounds every now and then it'll sound like she's unleashing a demon.
What is it?
You know what? Sometimes you just have to unleash a demon.
Alright, everybody.
That's called a bowel movement.
So, again, welcome viewers. It is me, your dungeon daddy, Burn the Priest, here to say that we are going into session 2 of Beyond the Veil. With us tonight, we have our fantabulous players with us. We have a moist cactus. Say hello to the feeble cactus. Thank you, cactus.
Hello, everybody.
We
Hello.
have-
I was
You missed
playing
it.
chicken.
Get out of here. You missed it. You're done. We have Dr. Fishy Biscuits with their partner in crime, Fly Dutchman.
Heyo.
What up?
We have then, of course, regardless, Kiku plays, also known as the Milk Cat,
Hiyo.
The one true milk cat.
the one and only,
Bruh.
the OG. Behind them, we have Cappuccino, or also known as Latte Django.
There's not enough cream for it to be cappuccino. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then finally, last but not least,
But on time.
but on time, which applause all the way around, we have Hey It Zeb.
Ayo.
Deb, is this your first actual on-time stream?
Shut up.
No, listen, don't be throwing no
A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to.
You know what? That's fair.
That's my line.
You're. Yeah, but I create the magic. You're just the dungeon daddy.
Listen, I'm here, I open the door, and then get the hell out. Thanks.
Joke's on you. I was invisible.
Beyond the veil, everyone have yourself a good day. No.
That's beyond the veil. Goodbye. Get out of my house. All right. So anyway, you beautiful people and the viewers that are in everyone's different channels that are listening to my sultry voice lead our party through death, despair, possible dismemberment, and of course, enjoyable fun as always. So we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves rolled.
Yes.
Where we last left off, our dear friend Fly Dutchman came into grips with the one and only Bill, who gave him some special abilities that he's just to tell the party about. We met our friend Bill and his interesting way of speaking that the others witnessed. Fly Dutchman kind of go motionless for a few minutes as he had a nice conversation and shook the hands of the sinner to get what he needed to survive. Of course, they met Magic Max, also known as Maximilian the Magnificent, who is a fantastic wizard that will help you along on your journey as well as point you in the right direction. A certain latte came across a great sword for cheap at a blacksmith with the words saying that the sword made me feel funny. So we'll see where that goes. And of course, where we leave off, everyone, is that you were given the name of the caravan commander, Borgi. She will be your contact to get you out of St. Joanna and possibly towards Cauldry, the coastal harbor city that would be next on your stop list. And as we open the scene back up, the bell is tolling, as it is now a good 6 in the morning from the temple tower, as you guys make your way back to the tavern, where Max is currently sitting inside, smoking out of a long pipe with a large burger in his hands.
I'm actually going to take a seat across from Max and put the sword on the table.
You bring me a gift?
I want you to look at this, and I just have a simple question. Is it
Yeah?
a problem?
So Max picks it up. It's heavier than what he's used to being a wizard, so he doesn't really know how to handle it. He doesn't pick it up off the table, but he slides towards himself. He wipes his hands, puts the burger on the side, frustratingly looking at it as if he just wanted to really chow down and you were stopping him. But regardless,
Freedom. It's fine.
he looks at it and goes. He kind of pokes it a little bit, and looks at you and goes, "It's a sword."
The blacksmith said it made him feel funny, so I was.
The
more
blacksmith's got
interested.
neuropathy in his right arm. Everything makes his arm feel funny.
You know what? I'll go with that. Okay.
At
Would
this
you like
point,
me to treat you to
it's-
coffee for payment for that?
Coffee. And just pops up a mug in front of me and goes, "I don't like fancy stuff." And it looks like tar and smells like dirt. It is the proper cup of a burnt out wizard. Probably in his 40s, even though he doesn't look it.
It is amazing. All these beauties.
For those of you who don't know what Max looks like,
Pew.
I'm going to be posting the pictures in important NPCs and places so that you can see what our dear friend Max the Magnificent, along with a couple of other individuals, exist as.
Alright, give me a moment here to get something going for
Oh,
me.
hell yeah.
So, for the 3 pictures you see put up there, the first one is Phil.
Yeah.
He is a clad, suited man with no mouth, purple skin, and very large blue eyes. Bowler hat, very elegant brass buttons and buckles, etc. The second image is of the guard captain you heroically fought in the church. Of course, with fresh scars over his left eye, thanks to a certain cat person.
Get wrecked, nerd.
He stands at a whopping 8 foot tall, so the picture does not do him justice. And then finally is our dear friend Maximilian the Magnificent in the third picture,
Heck yeah.
looking like he ran through a thrift store and stole everything he could get his hands on.
Including that unicorn hat.
Yes, he does wear
I
a
love his
fantastic
it.
unicorn hat.
I love it.
And of course, that is a banana gun in his left hand.
Banana gun. Oh, God. I like the broom just strapped on his back.
Never leave
Hey,
home
don't
without it.
judge.
I want to meet this guy so many more times.
So, now that you kind of know who you're dealing with, Max spawns himself a nice little cup of joe, starts slamming it back a little bit, and he goes, I'm not going to be able to tell you what this sword is. I unfortunately am not specifically specialized in scrying, but that may be the way you have to go. Or, worst case, a lot
Field
of the
test.
monasteries,
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot
fair.
a lot of the monasteries tend to have records of weapons and such. If this did in turn make the blacksmith feel funny and you believe it to be a specific weapon of some specific field, it may be in the record somewhere. So it may be something that you need to ask about it. But unfortunately,
mean-
I can't identify it.
My only concern was if it would be a danger to myself or everyone else involved.
If it was a danger, you'd be dead already.
You know what? That's fair.
Glad to be of service, as he just goes back to
Max,
his burger.
Max, I don't want to disagree with you. I feel like that statement is maybe not true. But we'll go with it.
I mean, listen, most of the stuff you're gonna come across here, if it's dangerous to the person wielding it, you would know because it would start doing something nasty. This world does not like gray areas, especially magic. Magic is not gray in this place in time, hence why humans weren't allowed to touch it due to the void that they had inside themselves. The other races have a lot of wizards. If you find a sorcerer, don't mess with them. They're not to be trifled with, as anyone who can control the very concentrated ether magic that flows through this land is not someone to snuff at. Even I have issues with some of the magic flows that happen. I've been at this for a very long time. I've written 3 theses. 3 theses. I've written
What?
papers.
3 poops.
Don't,
Yes.
Max, we don't need to know what you do with
3
your
poops.
feces. It's okay.
Alright. Well, thank you for the information, and I will probably check into the monastery after we finish up one errand here at the tavern. Thank you for that, though. Is the
Yeah,
burgers any good here?
My burger's pretty good.
I'll have to order one.
And he goes, I'm glad to be of service. Pew! Confetti.
Yeah.
Catches the confetti.
Max, if I could, just another brief moment of your time. I know I'm interrupting your breakfast burger, beer, and coffee here, but had a question about the shard thing that you demonstrated so aptly for us yesterday. I potentially have acquired the ability to make and distribute said shards, and I was wondering if, in your wisdom, you had maybe the ability to share such how to basically.
He's say this to him, and when he goes to bite it, and you tell him that you basically have learned how to do this, the burger kind of falls out of the bun onto the plate as he's just kind of stuck, and his head slowly turns up to you and goes, "We need to leave." And he puts the burger down, pushes it aside, and goes, and it just like starts shoving you specifically out the door. Like,
Did you
Oh,
want, did you want a to-go box for that, or we just go? Okay, we're going.
Just,
Okay.
we're leaving. We're leaving.
Okay.
go ahead,
Yeah.
pick up the sword and I'm heading out.
I'm following.
Just,
I'm eating the burger.
of course you are.
I didn't get my fries yet.
He gets you outside and goes, "That's something that you just can't say around people, even if they are uneducated, because the fact that you somehow know how to do what is the equivalent of soul magic is something that is not exactly smiled upon by the ecclesiarchy in this realm. They do tend to have ears in places where they shouldn't be."
Oh
Put in
God.
perspective, which is worse, soul magic or necromancy?
Listen, necromancers work at funeral homes. Soul magic is terrifying.
Simple enough.
Fair enough.
Okay. Lesson learned here. I don't want to, make my presence super known. Question though, or request for assistance still stands.
I can show you how it works, or answer your questions. I just didn't want to answer inside of a busy tavern.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Here, so
Thank you
let's-
very much. I have nothing to pay you other than
Payment enough's gonna be making sure you don't kill somebody. Let's start walking. And he kind of
Okay.
points you guys towards the caravan office because he imagines you're trying to leave.
Yep, that was step one.
And he goes, we'll talk and I'll get you over here so that you can talk with them and figure out whatever plan you have. But for the most part, whatever magic you've been given, whether you found it or you had it or etc. Again, magic doesn't like to deal with gray areas in this world, so I'm not going to question how you got it. I'm just going to tell you that it's dangerous and you have to be careful. Those that learned how to do this are no longer here. I know about it just by reading and having done papers on it and kind of understand the text behind it. If you're going to do what I think you're going to do, whether it's to make yourself strong enough so you don't immediately die upon leaving the town, do so carefully. He goes, how you would do this is if I imagine you already have the idea. He goes, he looks to the side a little bit and he goes, "You're gonna have to try it on me first." And so he kind of opens his jacket so you can see his chest like underneath the tunic. And he goes, "I'm gonna walk you through the movements. You're not gonna be able to pull it out of me because I'm not willing, but at least we'll be able to make sure that you don't blow up."
That's usually one of my top priorities is to not blow up. So
That's a nice
Thank
high
you.
priority for everyone. Spontaneous combustion is pretty bad after all.
Hides the dynamite stick
So
in my
he-
pocket.
He walks you basically through it as the party kind of forms a circle around you guys to also watch, but also to keep prying eyes away. He walks you through the hand motions. He basically explains that you're working with the energies of the person. So you're basically reaching into the center mass, basically where all the magic is stored, towards the heart and the willpower that is stored there. And so as you kind of go through it, you feel essentially a very large power source, almost like grabbing a live electrical conduit, where the closer you get, the more crackling of energy kind of coming across your arm is. And he just kind of walks you through how to do it. So now you have a better understanding of what you're looking for when and if you do try to get resources for your party. So you go to do it to Max, and you feel there is a very, very large power source in him that of much if you opened a 240 volt outlet.
Quite
There's
tingly.
a lot going on behind it, and it's kind of terrifying.
We've got a big shard.
That involve a fork.
But see a number appear on his chest, though, which is interesting for you, because it wasn't there before. As you're going through the steps to kind of, quote-unquote, practice pulling on the energies, the number appears on his chest, and it's a 15.
Tight. Okay, tight. Max, I gotta say, I can't thank you enough. I genuinely feel like you have at least saved us for the moment, or at least made us possible to live. So thank you for that. And I can't repay you now, but at some point I will pay back this debt to you. Thank you. And also you, Scary.
Thanks. It's don't say that too that I'll lose my contracts for these kids' parties. But you won't have to pay me back. But if you do get yourself a caravan out of here, St. Joanna, I would like to hitch a ride down to Cauldry. So that's probably where the next stop you guys are going, right?
We were looking, well, possibly. We were looking at going to Blackstone eventually.
Well, I mean, Cauldry's the one right across the bridge. You're gonna want to
Yep, we're gonna stop there.
Sick. So this guy's gonna be with us for a while.
Okay, I guess before we continue on, I kind of have a rough outline sketch of what. I guess can I gather the party up real quick to have a little huddle before we go? Little powwow.
Yeah, you're still in your circle
sure.
outside the caravan office.
Okay. Oh, we're inside.
No, you're
No, we're
outside.
outside.
You're in a
Okay.
circle with Max still.
Okay. Max, you can stay. We'll be sure to fill you in on if we're able to make a contract here to get out of here. I need to just talk with these guys real quick about some human business to make us not humans.
Yeah, go do your thing. I'm just gonna finish my coffee, and also just coffee mug peers back in his hand.
That is.
You ever
do
want
I need
some?
to be present for that conversation?
If you ever want some professional made coffee, just let me know.
So yeah, Nate, everyone's kind of circled up around you. Kid Q comes out of the tavern, face covered in ketchup and mustard. Quickly steps her way over to you guys.
Okay.
At least have some dignity, please.
Kit Koos had her.
You never know when you're getting your last meal.
Good. Just wanted to quickly run through what I guess kind of our goal here. I think before we leave town, we should at least have the majority of us, if not all of us, with shards, just so that we don't immediately die.
Speaking of which, did we know that you could make him?
I think I told you guys that last time, and if I didn't,
I believe
Now you
you
know.
briefly said it, although I do have a question.
yes. Question. Go ahead. What's up?
Is the source of your ability something to worry about? That's all I'm concerned about.
Does it have anything to do with that cuckoo
Yes.
clock?
I'm gonna not answer that question. I'm gonna say that it's probably in the long term something to worry about, but in the short term, we're not gonna die immediately, which is, again, high on the list of things that I want to accomplish. So I think this
Where
is like
were
one
you
of those.
going when you got visibility?
This was one of those bridge scenarios where we're gonna cross that one when we get there.
Where were you when you got visibility?
Fishy and I were with him. He had a moment where he was just kind of staring off into space for a while. We didn't know what was happening. We just kind of gave him weird looks.
You know,
That
the good
doesn't
Lord
answer for
works in
where.
mysterious ways. I
Ah,
can't.
The
answer
chapel.
where
Of a
yet.
church.
If you don't want the shard,
No, I'll
we
take
can-
the shard. I just
okay.
wanted to make
That's-
sure it wasn't something that's gonna bite us in the ass.
Oh, I 100% think it's gonna bite us in the ass. Absolutely.
Oh, that's at least we have to know what we have forward to look forward to.
Our ass is getting
Yeah.
bit.
It's way down the line, so I think right now we just kind of make most of the boons
So
that have
let's-
been granted to us. So
Let's
what
try
I
to get a contract first.
well, okay.
Um,
Before we walk in there, though, I just kind of want to so we can have a lookout of what we're looking for here for people that might have the skills to pay the bills, if you will.
Ooh.
What do people want to? Where do you think your strengths tend towards, as like where you are now and where you maybe want to pursue your abilities? I think we're all
just going-
familiar with the classes of D&D. I think that's like what we kind of can rely on here.
I'm just gonna tap the sword on my back and go. And fighter, most likely. Most reliable.
Okay. Yep. Fighters are really good. Okay, so pencil in latte for a fighter.
I've already inquired with, who we can trust around here about druidic magic, so obviously that's the route I'm gonna be going.
Okay. Question on that. It seems like the druid
She's
magic
going hippie.
thing may have to wait a minute. Would potentially you be willing to take a shard of a different class so that you don't die on our way to the druid magic?
If I have to, yeah.
Okay, cool. So we'll
It might
pencil
be
you
on
in
hold.
for available.
It's druid or death. No.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a tough
Okay,
one.
nice.
5 years later, she finally finds a druid.
All right, so I think I don't want to speak for Zarya, but Ranger, okay. And then I'm looking at, just for the group's knowledge, I'm looking at maybe a cleric. And Zeb, what are you thinking?
Close quarters. Looking at maybe some sword fight, but at a distance. I can hit a long shot with a bow. So I guess that's ranger, but I don't know. It's-
Tinker, rogue, fighter.
Hmm.
Those sound like the best options.
Probably
I
rogue.
don't know Zep that well, but Rogue, you fit Rogue from what I do know about you.
Yeah, I was thinking rogue.
So yeah,
Because you relied on your bow right away, where I was just like, charge, use my brain.
Zeb is a trickster.
Yeah.
Exclamation point.
Listen, what's the worst that could happen? And
You ask, I will
a tall
show.
boy.
I
Hey,
believe.
rabbit.
Yeah,
Mm.
the rabbit.
Mm.
Yeah, Cactus. What are you thinking for your class? Just so we have some ideas of what we're looking for. But maybe we can get some shards before we leave town here.
Whatever you need me to be.
Nah, that
Honestly
doesn't work.
speaking, I don't
that
really.
doesn't work.
I know it doesn't really work, but I don't really have a preference.
All right, town gesture. All right, we've
You
decided.
like fist fighting, right?
I fist fight because I don't have a weapon and I don't know how to use them. I don't know how to use a sword.
Oh.
You've never been.
No, I've literally never.
Can I teach him how to use a freaking sword?
I
You
could.
will have the time.
Fisticuffs.
Whenever you do.
I have
This-
a
We're also
knife and I know how to
compared-
use. I have a knife. I know how to use it. I can punch people and I know how to use it.
Bunk?
So off the top of your head, Nate, when Cactus lays this out, you imagine that for him, barbarian, monk, or some other heavy class fighter would probably be best. Something that doesn't require a lot of finesse with a sword.
You have a shield, don't you?
Okay, so off the top of, I think Cactus, you're probably in the same boat here as Kitku, where we want to just get you a shard, and then wherever we can like find maybe a monastery or something that has like monks training, or if you find that the old rage is really building inside you, we find you a barbarian maybe. I don't know, up to you, but I think for now we can get you a base shard to survive.
Anything will do. I'm
We
not
just
a
need to
big fan.
find some old brawler who's starting a fight over in a tavern. That should work.
It's like, do you have Centurion armor? Was that Cactus that had that? Oh, okay.
I did this part
Don't
of the
think he
fight.
has the armor.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we don't have
All
armor.
that shit's gone.
Because like he could be like a tank.
Yeah, I think it was everything poofed. And
Oh.
we're dressed normally. We obviously are still humanish.
Because like if you take like the brunt force, like be the person that just stands first and takes all the hits, and we just kind of go around. But at the same time, you can just like grab with your hands and just go ape shit.
Is Max still around?
Oh,
Yeah,
see, actually,
he's-
I just thought of
he's
this real
an
quick. Nate, I need, or sorry, not Nate. Graham, I need a ruling, like a DM ruling. How does under this system that you have, right? How does multi-classing work if it's even possible?
So, again,
Probably not.
before
only
you
have
can
one.
even cross that bridge, you have no foundation to level up.
Well, no, it's just something that popped in my head. Like,
And
is
I
that
told-
even a possibility?
And we've had this conversation before, and what I told you is that before you could even tackle that question, you need to have the ability to gain levels. Because remember, levels in D&D are equivalent to experience you gain as a character. You're playing catch up. So down the road you could multi-class because you could just pick up training for another class, as is how people do things. But for right now, you have no access to anything until you have a base level shard.
Thank you. I just want to know if it was systemically possible, like if it was an option down the road. Like,
You should not be thinking that far down the road because right now if you got sneezed on, you die.
Bluey.
Chew.
Like you guys are level 0, so don't think that
Pika.
far ahead. Stick with the basics.
so hey team, just looking at the old grouping list here. We look great. Looking hella awesome. Cactus, if you're still wobbling on your class, we also don't have a party face. So
You're angry bard.
Uh,
Yeah. Just a fist
Angry
fighting
bard?
bard. Fist fighting
That
bard.
is a thing that can be in 5e. You can be a fist fighting bard.
Interesting.
I
You
do
be a
know how to.
face.
I do know how to play several instruments and speak several languages.
Oh, look at that.
That's
Yes.
very much bard.
Get yourself like a steel. What do they call those
So,
things?
as you guys
just
are
one
all
of those
kind of
really
going through
just
your listing,
grumpy bards.
yeah, as you guys are going through your listings, you're kind of making a plan. You guys hear this deep reverberating noise across the horizon,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Which
specifically
direction?
setting the
Sorry.
scene to the west, towards the ocean, towards the purple haze that is the Vale.
Oh.
Well, I'm looking that way, that's for sure.
Soon after you hear this noise, it happens again. And as you guys start moving around, so to give you an idea of what the town looks like, just to help with putting face to a name, you guys are essentially here at the crossed swords. So you guys just kind of hustle yourselves when you have line of sight. And as you do so, the sound happens a third time. This time deeper and heavier, coming across the horizon. And as that sound occurs, you hear a sort of siren coming out of the keep to your north, where bells, whistles, horns, etc. are being blown, turned, moved, etc. As the keep becomes extremely active very quickly. You see all of the windows shutter, the drawbridge comes up. You see very, very, very small, of course, silhouettes of individuals running along the top of the battlements, going towards multiple different weaponry and guns and such that you're kind of seeing all move, including this one massive cannon you didn't see before begins to swivel and point towards the horizon.
I think we should get indoors.
What are the town folks doing?
Also as curious as you are, they're also looking out toward the horizon, as
We're safe.
it seems that they may not have heard this before. It may have been a long time since it happened last. And so all of you are looking at the horizon, correct?
I'm looking for Max. I want to know if Max knows anything about this.
My rogue senses are tingling.
He's just walking slowly behind you guys. He's coming to meet you.
This
But
happen normally.
A fourth tone happens, and as you guys are looking at the horizon, you see a bulge in the purple haze that is the wall. That it seems to push out and then get pulled back in and kind of almost is made of like very thick silicon rubber, where something tried to push out and then snapped it back into place, and you see the ripples going across this shimmering wall that lines the horizon.
Oh.
I don't like that.
Keep an eye on it for now.
I think it's coming towards us.
A fifth noise sounds as you see a fifth impact against the veil occur. The siren still going off at the keep, and then the ripples seem to stop. And at this point, Max catches up to you and is next to you.
Max, you got any info on this?
If I was thinking anything, it's not a good thing, but I guess you guys could probably pull that across from what you saw. Apparently Jericho is a little freaked out by it, the fact they brought out the big one, turn that towards the horizon. They don't usually pull that thing out for the queen.
Oh my, so
How rude.
Well, it seems it takes 20 men to turn and fire. It's not a, not a small feat. But I don't rightly know what that was.
I
remember
wonder if us
hearing
being
about that
here is
happening.
related to it.
It could be. But there's too many variables. As I said, magic in this world is not gray. It is powerful in many ways. And it could be an anomaly from the reset, since it's starting to die back down.
oh, that's what it's
A
called.
number of things. But it doesn't seem like it's troubling anyone else. It seems like Jericho's starting to calm down a little bit. So I wouldn't pay too much mind to it unless it gets worse. Which in that case, I wouldn't want to be here if it does.
Let's get that contract routed, and then between the time the contract starts and everything, we have one last prep time.
I want to ask Max if we would even survive to this next city without shards.
Well, seeing it's a trade route, I doubt you're gonna run anything insane. Also, you're not gonna be put on a caravan by yourself. You're gonna be going with either a bunch of other people that are trying to leave, or military, or farmers, or whoever. Because it's a trade caravan. It's gonna be moving goods from here to Cauldry, or from here to Jericho.
There's going to be the caravan guard that we're going to be teaming up with effectively if we do that.
It
feel
depends
like
on
there'll
what
be-
Borgie has.
More options in the bigger city than here to find a shard.
Oh, probably.
There rightly could be, but it's one of those things that we're not gonna know till we get there. But the route there should be relatively straightforward. I doubt anything interesting will occur.
I don't know. So far, we saw a giant purple orb.
Famous last words right there.
Well, I mean, up to you guys, but
If push comes to shove, the caravan guard itself might provide a source for getting those if need be.
Yeah, I think Zala, you want to go in, or sorry, Latte, you want to go in and work our contract for passage. And I think for the martial characters, like you, and then for like the standby folks like Kitku and maybe Cactus, we can probably ask or see if we can work something out with the trade caravan guards to get initial shards from them for fighting types. And I want to go off and see if we can find some other maybe useful shards while you were sneaking in that contract for us?
Well, yeah, I do want someone else to go with me. I'm not the best with people.
Would there be anyone in the taverns traveling? We could ask
We
them.
don't know.
You'd have to go look.
Let's go in there. Does the other cat want to join me?
Yeah.
Does the fake cat also want to join me?
I'm for sure human. These are removable cat ears.
That's why he said
That's why
fake
you're
cat.
a fake cat.
Oh. mm, sure, I will go.
Alright,
Alright,
so y'all three are heading off to the
If you
caravan
use speech,
office.
then I go.
Nate, that means it will be you, Zeb, and Zacactus doing whatever it is you plan on. What is your plan?
I want to make another trip to the temple, and then I think
Go talk to the elf priest.
I want to talk to the priest, and then I want to take a little gander by the tavern again and see if there are any potentially sketchy lowlifes that might be useful for Zeb.
Sketchy.
Love you too, bro.
Okay.
So Hobo down. Actually, Hobo
Alright.
might be monk too. So
We know what. Guys, come on. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No.
We get your plan. All right, so y'all start heading towards the temple. Zarya, Latte, and Cass all make their way down the road towards the caravan office, and you get up to the door. You knock on it. It has an open sign on it. You open the door, and there is a middle-aged woman behind the counter. She looks to be probably along the lines of what you would guesstimate as dwarven. So she has a bit of stubble going on, but she has very, very thick braids that seem to be red and brown color. She stands probably about 5'2", but she is built like a fridge. Like she could probably bench press a bull if she wanted to.
Hi. I'm here
Good
for
evening.
it. Hello.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
also here for
good
it.
morning. Sorry, it's not evening yet.
She looks up at you, and she's got a very large stogie in her mouth. It was a... Yeah, what do you want?
We're looking to possibly join as assistants to the caravan guard heading southeast on the next one that heads out.
I don't mean to laugh at you. It's just, we ain't got a caravan guard. It's more of a volunteer position. But you're more than welcome to join the caravan leaving. We have one going to Cauldry in a bit.
When is it leaving?
A few hours. They're
Few
getting the
hours?
rest of the grain together to be sold.
Of course. We're more than willing to assist. Is there a contract or anything we need to fill out?
Just to make sure that the caravan makes it safely to Cauldry. If you stay in Cauldry, you stay in Cauldry. If you come back, you come back.
Of course. Thank you.
Is there any form of payment, or this is just you said
They said
voluntary?
volunteer. Yeah.
Payment is not having to be poor living in St. Joanna.
Right.
Where-
Okay.
You know what? That's a
It's-
fair.
Because that's something you
Yeah.
all also noticed as you walked around. There wasn't a lot of bartering happen that was extra. Like it's there. People were trading goods, but everyone seems really taken care of here. Like they don't have to worry about monetary compensation for things. It's strange.
Looks like communism, comrade.
Oh my god.
Right, Conrad.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep. So she tells you where the caravan will be assembling. I'll put down a little marker for you. It's going to be here. They're going to be assembling at the eastern side of the city, kind of getting ready to go, and the next few hours. But they're finishing gathering the supplies they're going to be selling from farmlands.
Is there any
I'd
particular
also-
needs you need us to supply as well?
Not that I think of, unless you have a farm.
I do not.
Well, bodies are good.
I'd like to ask her about the strange noise that we heard in and if that's a usual occurrence.
What strange noise? And she looked at you with very, like, her eyes widen, but she keeps her stare. Not widen as in surprise, but widen as a, why are you asking me about this inside, around people? There was no noise. What are you talking about kind of face.
Let's
Okay,
drop that
just
topic for now.
Never mind.
Awkward.
And I'll just leave. What?
Are you good?
Are you on
Yeah.
the limb?
Yeah, I just leave. I'm outside now.
Yep.
That was too awkward for me.
I'm going
Goodbye.
with my wife.
We'll meet up at the location. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'll have to follow them. Alright, I
Like,
need to go to the...
sorry, you knew the face I was describing? Like, the one where it's,
Like,
it's the
made
whole,
face at her.
like, looking at
Yeah.
you and just the eyes are really big, but there's a look behind it of, why are you asking me this question?
And that's why I said, oh, okay. And then I just leave.
Well, I do want to head to a church myself. I want to follow through what Max said earlier about possibly knowing. Very least, the priest there might be of interest. So, care to join?
I don't want to go back to the church. I don't know what I want, but not to go to a church, that's for sure.
Well, I plan to...
not go to another church here. That'd be great.
But Phi, and I think the others went there.
We haven't had the best experiences at churches.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
Well, I'll tell you, if you want to go to the church, you know that
Yeah, I
the
could go
rest of your
by
party
myself.
is making their way there. You know that St. Joanne is not a place where it is terrifying.
yeah.
I
I was just
kind of just
offering.
want to
Be
walk.
okay. Yeah, is Zarya and Kika, you guys can just kind of mingle.
I just kind of want to,
look at stuff.
meander to. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
looking for a ranger / druid shard for us, but just like I don't know if anybody catches our eye while we're just kind of
Hunters.
roaming.
You're to be just looking for stuff.
You can get acquainted with the daggers that we were given.
Gonna offer Zarya my hand while we walk.
Oh, I interlock fingers.
Oh yeah.
Very good. Alright, so you guys are mingling. Lante, you're moving towards the church. Before
Just
you
like
get
this
there,
wave.
I just picture them like skipping away into the sunrise.
that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh yeah.
Before Latte gets to the church, Nate, Cactus, and Zep, the three of you get there. The priest is tending
Yup.
to his priestly duties, just kind of hanging out, doing his business, doing confessions, lighting candles, the like. What say you, sir?
I would like to approach.
And he turns and goes, "Ah, my son, you've returned."
Yes, Father. Thank you. Your assistance was most beneficial and welcome. And I've come to make another request for assistance, if I may.
If whatever you may ask.
Might this request? It might be better if we have this conversation out of doors. Perhaps if you have
An office?
area out back or something.
He goes, I have a very modest office over here, and he kind of shows you to it. Just a little private area. It's where he doesn't do confessions, but it's where he keeps his records and whatnot.
I'll follow him there.
Yep. So you're in the office. He takes a seat behind the desk and looks at you and goes, "What can I help you with?"
Oh boy.
Are we just like hanging out still in the pews? Or are we in there with them?
Do you want to be in there with him? You want to be in the pews?
I'm asking him. Does he want to have a private conversation, or is this something for the party to hear?
You guys are more than welcome to come in. You know kind of what I'm going to be talking to him about.
I'm following then.
All right.
Curiosity gets the better of me.
You three of y'all are in there with the priest, and he's just smiley and just seems very excited to help in whatever means he can because he likes to help the people of his town, and he's beckoning
Can I
to help.
can I make an insight check on that? Is he like does he seem sketchy in any way? I guess before I go through with this.
I mean, you can, sure.
Hell yeah.
You just
Solid
know
12.
that dude's just a cool dude. He's just a good priest. He's essentially what you can tell from what's in his office and from him kind of sitting there and talking is that he's essentially what you would consider like a justice of the peace back in your world. Very much a non-denominational religious leader. Just kind of cares for people, does charities, helps build houses, etc. Just a chill guy.
Damn. All right. Well then, uh, Father. So, as I said before, I think there's something else that you could perhaps help me and my companions with. I'm sure that you've noticed that we are outsiders, like outsiders, and with that, I have potentially the means to help us not be so much outsiders and to perhaps mend some of the rifts caused in ancient times among the people here and other people. And I was wondering if I could request your aid in um, adding to some of our abilities with a copy of your abilities.
He seems very confused by your explanation, but he goes, "What would you have me do, my son? Whatever I can assist you with, whether it is records or books or teachings, I can assist with, but I don't quite understand when you say collection."
Well, teachings I think is a good term for it. More of your life experience. Um, I can acquire said experience from you if you would be willing, and put that to good use to help people of this land to bring peace and prosperity to them, and obviously help my companions. But uh, it would require me to interact with you. I'm like trying to like phrase like what I need to suck your energy out of your body, dude. But I don't
So
say that,
Suck your
obviously.
you
good
finish
juice.
you finish your phrase, and he kind of looks at you, and he turns his head down and he slams his hand on his desk, and he goes, "My son, why didn't you tell me you were a wizard?"
You're a
Surprise!
wizard, Harry.
He's like, "If I don't get many wizards through Saint Joanna, if you wanted to learn about the clerichood and how we do things, all you had to do was ask. We see many a wizard use homunculi or weird magic floating books to record conversations. Some even just looked at me, waved their hands, and they had what they needed, whether it was just whatever magic thing they do. If you just said that you were a wizard and you needed my help, I would have gladly done it."
Oh, okay. Well, great. There's gonna be a lot less floating books and a lot more of me touching your chest. So
What?
Is that where his
Will?
eject button is for his
Intelligence
crystal?
quickly, Nate. Roll me just an intel check, please.
yeah.
Man, it's a good thing I came in this office with him.
So you look inside your own brain and you kind of put 2 and 6 together and realize you don't have to necessarily touch their chest.
God damn it, Max.
It was more of just Max was being dramatic and kind of trying to show
Damn
you
it,
the
Max.
basic energies that you were dealing with. You just need to have physical contact
Okay.
with
Well, in
said
that case, maybe
individual.
just like
So now you have to wait.
Remind me when I see Max again to fist bump him.
On the chest.
It's like,
Well, then, Father, would you be willing to share your experience and your knowledge with me?
I would be happy to, my son, if it means that you stay safe and keep your friends safe. That is all one can ask, being a priest.
Hell yeah. I mean, heavens yeah. Let's do it.
And so, even in your head, because you're intelligent check, you do realize that you just have that physical context. You could do like hand on the shoulder, like hand on the forehead, like Folk and Mind Meld style. You could just give him like a good handshake. You know, it's do like a nice arm clasp if you wanted
Yeah,
to. You just have to
gladiator
have,
arm clasp seems like the
you
way to
s-
do it.
do it,
you
Wonder
seem to have
Twins.
some kind of solid, your hand touching said person contact.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
so
go
you,
for a
you tell
solid.
the priest. Yep.
If you would please stand with. I know that's usually your line, but if you would stand with me, and I'll just kind of grab your arm like this, and I like hold on to it.
Yeah, he gladly stands. He seems excited because he loves teaching people. He's very excitable. He loves helping individuals that need it, whether it's just a small act. And so he is just all for it. He is standing. He's kind of jittery. He's like, "Whatever you need, my son. What? How do I need to stand a certain way? Do I just need to reach out? What do I do?"
No, I think you're good. Just probably just standing like that. Here we go.
Keep eye contact, Padre.
Right, and so you clasp arms with him, and you see two energy sources within him. Um, Both you and him kind of wind up looking up as you're in this sort of trance, and you see two sources kind of emerge from the priest. Um, One seems to have a silhouette of an elf. The other one seems to have a silhouette of what looks to be, you would kind of guesstimate, like a cross or some kind of holy symbol for the church. And so you imagine through your insight that you have to pick one.
You gonna take the red pill or the blue pill?
Okay. I will choose the holy symbol.
Okay. You stand there for a second. You see the holy symbol orb kind of move down from the chest through the arm and into yours. And when you pull your hand away, there is a 4-inch long white crystal sitting in your hand that has the holy symbol inside of it, almost like a laser etched inlet. And the priest seems drained. He seems tired, like he just did a 20 laps around the church.
I will like reassuringly pat him on the shoulder and say, "Thank you, Father. Your assistance has been most welcome, and I will never be able to repay you. But thank you, thank you." And I kind of like ease him down into his chair.
He sits and he pulls out a water skin and just starts slinging it back and goes, "My son, that took a lot out of me, but if you have what you need, I was glad to be of assistance. I'm just gonna sit here for a minute. Please tell the congregation, if they're out there, that it will just be a few minutes, and I will come out and speak with them."
Of course, gladly.
Yep. So now you have a level 1 cleric shard in
Heck
your
yeah.
possession. And so you exit. You see there's no one really in the church at the moment. There may be one or two people, but they're praying at the candles or the altar. You know, they're kind of doing their own thing. And so you just zoot on past. And as you go to leave, you bump into Latte, who's entering the church.
Oh,
Hello.
hey, what's up, man?
No, I was just coming by to see if a priest here might be able to give some insight on this blade.
Yeah, maybe. He is a little fatigued. Did the and I like look around real quick, just like
Show him.
and whisper under. I don't show him. No, no, no. But I whisper to Latte. He got the we got our first shard. So, but he's in his office. He said he would come out in a little bit. I don't know if you want to wait around or
We only
whatever.
have a couple of hours, but we are going to be meeting on the east side of town to go with the caravan. It's purely volunteer, though. But
All right.
to quote the caravan owner here, the caravan's master, her exact words were, "The payment to you will be not being broke in Saint Johanna." Joanna.
Big fan. Big fan of not being broke or in Saint Juana anymore. So.
So it's a good payment, I feel. Also, if there are others going, we might have a chance to learn some skills through them as well. Looking for a road, perhaps.
Yeah, I think the caravan may be a good place to find some people. Or I mean, Zeb, you tell me. You want to go see who's at the tavern, or Cactus too? You guys going to see who's at the tavern?
That'd probably be our best bet to see travelers.
All right,
So
in
I
we
guess
go.
if you want to come with us, or you want to go
Um,
see the father.
I do want to try to get this at least looked at. If you, I'm sure you can understand.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
All right, in we go. Well, in I go.
Yeah, I'm gonna head. I think with Zeb and Cactus to the tavern. Back to the tavern.
I'll meet you there.
All right. Just I guess yell real loud if something happens and you need us. I don't know.
Like 3 doors away.
Give 3 sharp yells.
You are giving way too much credit to my voice. Not like certain people who could scream across entire metropoli. All right, in I go.
All right, so you enter the church, and as the other three make their way towards the tavern, you step in, and a very worn-out-looking priest is kind of dabbing his forehead with a rag as he exits his office in the back.
Is everything okay, Father?
Uh, Fine. I just felt like I ran a few many too laps, even though I was just sitting down talking to those nice gentlemen that had come through earlier. How can I help you?
I'm going to pull the sword, scabbard, and everything out, and I'm going to unsheath it and set it down on top of the altar. I acquired this from blacksmith. Said it made him feel funny. I figured the church might be the best place to look into in the event that it is something to be concerned about.
Yeah, yes. Though scrying is frowned upon nowadays among many of the ecclesiarchy, I could see if we have it in some form of the records. Did the
Of course.
blacksmith say if this was a weapon that had a name, or did it just give him
He did not
the
know.
heebie-jeebies?
I gave him the heebie-jeebies.
Okay.
But we could at least look by any descriptors that are on it.
Yes, of course. Let's.
I'll assist.
Yes. And so he brings you and the sword towards a, essentially just a nice little sit-down location where there is a lot of books on shelves and records of many a thing, and just it's a lot. There's a lot of scrolls and tapestries and such that are just kind of scattered about this back room. Um, and he goes, well, we can look for anything of importance here. Um, I'm going to take a look at the blade you've brought me and see if it has any kind of identifying marks, because if they can tell us when it was made, it could be easier to track down
Without a doubt.
what it is.
Without a doubt. Would rather not be here for multiple days in one room. Sure, you feel the same.
Yes, especially since I like to return to having sit down in a moment.
Of
But
course.
so he pulls the sword out, he puts it on a table, he takes a little lantern, hangs it near it, and just kind of starts taking a look-see at it. And all right, cool. So he looking at the sword, he's able to discern a couple of identifying marks. The weapon itself seems to have been reforged a couple of times due to some identifying stamps put into the steel, either beneath the hilt or just close by to the pommel. So he gauges it to be relatively within the 450, base 400 to 450 years old. It is
Gee.
when it was originally made, but it's in extremely well kept condition, which surprises him more than it should.
450 range. Just look over books. Is there anything I could spot that might help pinpoint the exact time frame?
You see a book that he kind of points towards one shelf, and the largest book that's on the shelf, it's kind of by itself, looks to be a very large map-like tome. You pull it down, and in gold leaf letters on the front of it, it says "Record of the Calamity War."
Yeah, it's better to look here than anything else. Could be a relic from that era, even if it wasn't human-made.
He goes, "This is definitely not an elven sword, I can tell you that. The blade is too thin for that of a dwarven sword, even of that of their most prized relics. And the orcs, well, the orcs tend to use broadswords and great swords to quite an amount, but usually their
This would be
blades
too
are,
light for our orc as well.
yes, theirs is more of large cleavers, in a sense, than great swords. But regardless, that would be the book that you'd look into to try and find something."
Alright, so let's see if I can find any just quick skim to start. Anything that matches the descriptors that he
So
pointed out.
you start flipping through. He kind of shows you the sections of where it talks about relics or things that were found during the Calamity War, even letters of people who are on the front lines who are fighting the humans. You find very little records from human soldiers or from the human point of view, as one would imagine. Um, but as you kind of go deeper, because you're just trying to find something about either human weaponry or something that would point you in a direction, you see that there are records of human weaponry types. So you're looking at, Centurion armor, you're looking at steel plates, like Old English style, you're looking at Germanic plate making, you're looking at all these different types of helms, you're looking at messer blades and Zweihanders and long swords and broadswords and all these different types of weapons that humans were able to create to benefit themselves. And then you start seeing a couple of names of named weapons that are not what you're looking for. They don't match the description. They aren't old enough to match your description. And then as you just kind of keep going deeper, you start seeing that there are parts that have been blacked out with some kind of ink. And you think it's just, oh, someone spilled here. But then as you look closer, you see that it is a specific line on a page has been blacked out. You go a few more pages and now you see 3 lines have been blacked out. You keep going
Somebody
and you
censored
see
this.
there are more and more and more redactions as you go further into the human part of it, looking for records or artifacts or etc.
Of course they censored it.
And then
I've just got chuckle.
there is a small symbol on the base of one of the pages that has been redacted, and it is an eye with a bunch of lines running through the pupil. Something that you don't recognize, but the priest might.
I'll point it out to him. Oh, this line right here. Does it ring any bells? Looking at this blade.
Huh. That's not a good thing to see. They must have been here recently. That
They?
symbol, that symbol you see on the page is not one that was in there for the record. That's to tell you that it has been censored. That's
Okay.
the symbol of the Foresight, one of the four guilds of the prophets. The Foresight is the religious branch of the Covenant, so to speak, the larger umbrella that covers the cities that are around us. They specifically focus on morale and the spirituality of the cities and towns and ecclesiarchies that spring up in certain areas. They must have been through here without me knowing and have censored some of my records. Fortunate.
That is unfortunate. I wonder if his blade is in that censored record now.
Well, the only place that wouldn't be censored would be one of the larger monasteries in one of the bigger cities. Possibly the Glass Keep would be your best bet. And I think from what your friend said before, that's where you're going. But I wish you the most luck. But do be careful. The Foresight
We're going to
tends to
Blackstone
have
first.
the Foresight tends to have eyes and ears in places that you wouldn't believe. But you may come across friends among the ecclesiarchs. And he gives you another symbol that seems to be, again, it's another symbol of an eye, but there seems to be it's a closed eye with an X over it. And he gives you just on a little piece of parchment. It says to keep it on your person. And says this is the symbol you should look for if you're looking for friends among the ecclesiarchs.
Oh.
This is for the Splinter. They will
Fighting
be able to
months
help
to
you.
main groups.
The
That
Master.
does not surprise me.
Well, the Splinter are individuals who seek to bring free knowledge to the world once again, believing that history does not need to repeat itself, and we feel that that is where we are going.
But what is history but records of what went wrong and ways to correct it written out?
That is how we believe, and that's what you should look for. But I wish you luck. Keep your
Of
eyes
course.
open.
But at least I do have at least a rough idea of where the origin of this blade might be. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. I bid you well in your travels.
Of course. I'm gonna help him out. Get him to a seat, and then
Yep, you
head
help
out
Mac to his
myself.
office, and as the Cactus, the Dutchman, and the Zeb are making their way to the tavern, you guys see Zarya and Kiku prancing along the center of town, holding hands, looking amongst the town folk as they go about their day. You two give me perception checks, please.
Oh, we get the blue
Catherine?
things?
Give me perception.
Hold on, I just switched this to zoom in mode, and now I don't know how to do perception.
Oh.
Perception.
Oh,
Zoom.
shoot!
A 22.
19!
Alright, both of y'all get some good ones. You
It's the
two.
anxiety
Okay, so what you two see as you two notice Cactus, Nate, and Zeb moving back towards the tavern. A couple minutes before, you saw a group of individuals leave said tavern towards the east side of town. Amongst them, you saw men with swords, a man or a person in a cloak, someone with a bow, someone with a large shield, and probably about four count of individuals kind of all moving towards where the caravan is staging. Otherwise, you don't see anything super interesting. You've come across like a couple of gnomes, a couple of dwarves, some other elves, some drow, different variations in between, tabaxi, things along that line. Nothing that really sparks your eye. They're just very standard, McStandard villagers who are doing the thing. But you did see those four armed individuals go towards the caravan starting point.
Ooh.
I mean, that's good. I guess go back to the tavern, and I will let them know what we saw. Because armored people, I think, is good.
Yep. Well, you two meet up with the other three going to the tavern. So, Cactus, Nate, and Zeb, you guys see Zarya and Kiku walk up to you guys as you're getting to the door of the tavern.
Oh, hey guys.
Still holding Kit Fan.
Finger guns. Nice.
You two having fun?
Why are you so dark? Yeah.
You two behaving?
No.
Always.
All right, so you guys are good. If you guys said yes, I know you were lying.
But yeah, there's some armored guards heading east. It looks like.
Nani?
Mm-hmm. To the caravan.
Are we not the only ones that are escorting?
Doesn't seem like it.
Oh. Wonder if we have opportunities to get some of their abilities.
I was thinking maybe more like we might wanna invest in some hooded robes
Oh.
to try to not look so human.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Yeah, probably a good idea. I agree with that statement.
Let me just turn my ball cap backwards.
I guess, would we have seen a rope acquiring shop on our...
You
Skip.
saw a clothing shop, yes. There was a place that seamstress was making the clothing.
Does Latte still have all of our money?
I would have given it back.
Oh, okay.
Disseminated it back.
I'd say we go acquire some equipment then.
Yeah.
Can I do a look around the old tavern and see what kind of folks are in there?
Yeah.
I have a perception, investigation, and insight. I can see things.
Alright, so Nate's going into the tavern. Zeb, you following him?
Yep.
Cool. And Cactus, you going with him into the tavern as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So, y'all three go in, I guess. Zarya, Kit, you guys are going to the thread shop? The clothing place?
Yeah, we'll go get ropes for us.
Pick one that matches my
for
cut.
the party.
Pick one that matches my eyes.
Matches my eyes.
Okie dokie.
They're all gonna just be like poop brown, probably. But
Perfect. I have hazel eyes. That's pretty much what poop is.
Ayo.
No, brown is poop. My eyes are poop. IRL.
Mixed with a little red, right?
Oof.
No.
Whoa.
Oh, this
Oof.
is rock dirt. Oh,
Oof.
okay.
Oh.
Put some leeches on that. We're in medieval times.
Oh god, there's decent medicine here, thank God. Anyway, so you guys make your way into the tavern. Go ahead and roll me perception. Those of you who are looking into the tavern for individuals.
This is just under skills.
Yeah,
Hype.
Nat 20 baby.
that's pretty good, Nate. That's pretty up there. Yippers, and then
Not looking good.
Zebediah. What'd you get?
Oh, 821.
Oh, nice. All right, so between the three of y'all, there's not a lot of people in here, so it wasn't a lot of people to start with. But you see a couple of individuals. Nate, you specifically see a person to the side who looks sketch. Just wears leather armor, black cloak, kind of sitting by themselves in the corner, trying not to draw attention to themselves. Is close to a window. Like, you kind of recognize that it's probably a roguish type. And then you also see in another corner someone who seems to have what looks like moss on their clothing. It's very strange to see a person walking around with moss on their armor/clothing. And they look very much like a wood elf. but they don't seem to have any weapons on them. But they do have what looks to be a large, like, sheep herding staff leaning against the wall.
Like a wizard staff?
Like for herding sheep. Like a shepherd's crook? Yes, a shepherd's crook.
Hey, Zeb,
Mm.
that you can you talk to the barkeep about sketchy McSketchalots over there in the corner? I'm gonna go see if I can talk to our this guy Shepherd Crook over here, our Mossy friend,
Gotcha.
and I will. I guess before I walk over there, I would like to purchase. Does Mossy guy have a drink in front of him?
It's water. But
I
yes.
will. Can I get 2 fresh waters and walk them over to him?
Yes.
Friend, hello. So you looking a little parched there, so I wanted to offer you a fill up of your water here. And I'll like slide one of the waters over to him. I'll keep this one for myself. Gotta stay hydrated, you know.
They just kind of nod at you, appreciative of the gesture, and the barkeep kind of waves towards you a little bit to come close and goes, "She don't talk much. She's one of them woodsy types. She likes speaking to animals more than people."
I actually have a friend that's like that.
Ayo, ayo. I am an animal.
I don't want to interrupt your lunch or whatever you got going here, but that cloak is interesting. Would you mind telling me about it?
Boss, it's it helps hide.
Camouflage.
They
That's-
turn and look at you, actually meeting your gaze, and they kind of stop what they're doing, and their head kind of tilts, and they just ask, "What are you?"
I am not from here, is what I am. And I'll just kind of like leave it at that.
Smooth.
You also seem to be kind of maybe an outsider. Most places with, you know, roofs and things.
I tend to stay to myself towards the roads. I tend to wander.
Very cool. I am Fly, by the way. It's wonderful to meet you. Okay, so this is gonna sound super weird because like we don't even know each other, and obviously you want to be alone, and I want to leave you alone, but also I am in dire need of help, and you might be someone that could help me, really us, if you were so inclined to be a giving person. It wouldn't really take anything of you other than like maybe a little bit of energy and a few moments of your time.
Ask question.
I'm guessing that you have some skill in being outdoors with animals and that stuff, and I was hoping that you would share that with me.
Teach, yes, I can teach.
This would be like an accelerated course.
They look at you confused, and you
Yeah,
remember what the priest said to you.
Oh man, I've already forgotten
That-
what the priest said.
That he said, "Oh, you're a wizard? Why didn't you say so?"
I will say, but actually, if you wouldn't mind, such discussions are best had out of doors. Just, you know, under the beautiful sky and the sun and outside stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Persuasion.
Nature.
Because you sound like you're gonna steal their kidneys. Roll that persuasion.
Damn it! I don't want to sound like I'm stealing their kidneys, but
Listen,
also
sometimes
I am.
sometimes a kidney is like really useful.
They look at you and just are very weirded out by the way you saying things.
I think someone needs to do a saving throw.
Okay.
They look at you. If you need help, just ask. If we need to go somewhere, just ask. Stop being weird, says the moss-covered person.
Okay. I am weird, okay? And I like want to whisper to them, but what I'm about to tell you is maybe not so looked well upon here in the establishment, and so we need to do this outside, but it involves some wizardry, and it will be very helpful to me, and I could maybe even pay you in a couple of gold coins.
I have no need of money, but they stand up and they sigh and go, I will go with you outside if it means getting away from this conversation.
Yeah. Hey, I will be out of your hair in a jiff.
Yeah, so they follow you outside, hoping not to have their kidney stolen. What do now?
Okay, so, like I so creepily said in there earlier, um, I can,
Just go with it.
I want to gain your knowledge that you have, and I can do that, with some magic, if I can just, like, put my hand on your shoulder for a minute. It'll be all done. You'll be a little tired afterwards. I can get you some food or some coffee or whatever from the tavern when we're done. But it'll really help me, my friends and I out.
She looks at you and goes, oh, you're a magic user. You're a wizard. Why didn't you say so?
Yeah, I get that a lot. Yes. Yeah. I'm a wizard.
Of
Can I
course,
put
if
my hand
you-
on your shoulder?
They consent to it. Consent to you putting your hand on your shoulder as they're afraid that their kidney is going to get stolen.
All right, and then I
Yes.
do the thing.
You do the thing, and you go through the same motions. This time it seems less traumatic
Thimba.
on you. You're not forced to look in any direction. You kind of know what you're looking for, and of course the two symbols come up again, where you have the silhouette of an elf with a tree inlet inside of the elf silhouette, which you would imagine representing a wood elf, and then of course the other one is what looks to be the Celtic knot symbol for the mother tree, which in your head you assume that is the druidic symbol.
Oh, snap.
I will select the druid symbol, please.
All right, and so as before, the energy symbol moves from their chest down their arm and into your hand. And when you pull your hand away, you now have a 4-inch long green crystal in your hand with the mother tree symbol inlaid inside of it.
I kind of just pat her on the shoulder and say, "Thank you very much."
She does not seem woozy in the slightest. She goes, "That was it?"
Yeah, that. Well, I guess we could go again if you persuasion.
All right, let's see.
Don't be hasty.
They go, they did not roll well. So she goes, yes, if there's more information you need, by all means.
Yeah, absolutely, always. And go again and select this time the wood elf.
Yep, and so same thing happens again. They seem relatively okay. They're still standing. They definitely need to take a sit down after you pull the crystal out, but again, you put a hand on the shoulder, or moves down to your hand, pull hand away, you have a silver crystal with the wood elf symbol in the center of it.
All about these shards, baby. Okay. I like help them and like kind of just walk them back inside.
They take a few steps there a little while when they get their stride back in, and they just kind of sit down at the bar again, and they start drinking their water, and they thank you for letting them help you learn something new or possibly help someone else, and say that if you do bring them anything, bring them a nice grilled mushroom.
Portobello style.
Grilled mushroom.
Yeah, grilled mushroom burger, delicious.
Mmm.
Does the tavern offer such a thing?
Yes, it's a thing that they have. So you just kind of nod to the barkeep. Barkeep gets him a mushroom going. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah. So you now have 2 shards.
Three
Zed,
shards.
3 shards in total, but 2 from this person.
While all that was happening, I was getting my drink on with the rogue.
Yeah. So Zeb, you grabbed yourself a beer and you sat down with the Rogue Meister. He looks at you in a deep, guttural voice and goes, "Yeah, what do you want?"
You look like a man who is thirsty. Want a drink?
I got one.
Ah, but you look like you can be topped off. Bartender! Another one! Someone like you.
Barkeep just slides you a tankard and just gives you a weird look like, why are you gonna be sitting with him, and just goes about his business.
Now, my friend. To life, liberty, and what's your name?
Marcus.
To Marcus! Cheers!
He does not respond to your cheers. He just keeps drinking his beer like, mostly gold. I don't care much else.
Ah, well, I have an opportunity for you to make a bit of gold.
How do?
I am in need of your services. All you have to do is just sit there while my friend tickles your arm a little bit.
That didn't
he
sound
kinda-
creepy at all.
I don't even know where to begin on that.
He looks at you quizzing and goes, say what?
Hey, do you want the gold or not, man?
I get fondled.
Yes.
All right. All you have to do is sit right here. Psst. Hey! Magic person!
You see Nate the other side of the bar with the druid and just getting them a mushroom burger. Nate, you hear Zeb calling over to you saying magic person as he's sitting next to the road.
You got another opportunity for a...
To walk over there.
You do it. The
So-
rogue gives you both weird looks because you look funky, and the man next to him wearing a ball cap said you were going to tickle his arm. So he's kind of confused. but
So
he wants
Marcus,
the gold.
my buddy here is a magician. He's a magic user. And all he's going to do is do a little bit of hocus pocus. All you got to do is sit there, enjoy your beer, and then after that, you'll have your gold. What say you?
Alright. Well, I gotta do nothing.
Perfect. After you, sir.
Those poor kidneys.
I would like to I mean, obviously that drew a commotion, but like I just kind of want to just rest my hand on his shoulder inconspicuously here in the tavern.
Yeah. So you kind of sit next to him and you just kind of put your hand on your shoulder, and he doesn't really respond much. He just keeps drinking. And you see 2 symbols pop up. One that looks to be almost a symbol for what you would imagine is like an orc of some sort, but he doesn't look like your traditional orc. And then the other symbol is that of a dagger, which you can assume is a rogue archetype.
Okay, I'll go for the rogue one first.
Yep. Easy peasy. The orb, again, as you've known before, moves down the shoulder into the hand. When you pull your hand away, you have yourself a grayed out crystal with a dagger in the center.
That's all for the first time. If you want to double down here, my friend, we can go again.
Oh, that's coming out of your pocket, not mine.
You gonna give me go for it?
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll look over to Zeb. For the first one, I'll get him on the second one.
Alright, as long as I'm getting paid for this.
Absolutely, you will be paid.
Alright.
I'm going to run outside and get some rocks real quick.
You said it's an orc shard.
Yes, an orcish shard.
that one too, and I'll slide him 2 gold pieces.
And he seems unbothered by you pulling the shards out. He seems just to tank it and just keep drinking.
I'll slide him 2 gold pieces and give him a friendly pat on the back and say, "Marcus, thank you," and leave his presence.
And he just kind of just doesn't care much for these 2 very cheery / creepy individuals coming
Oh.
and bothering him during his sit down.
It's like, Marcus, it's been a great honor to meet you. Enjoy your drink. And then I stumble into him while grabbing his coin purse. Because I am stealthy.
Sleight of hand. Hit me
Oh,
with
yeah.
that sleight of hand, boy.
Really?
Because you're about to start a bar fight if you fuck it up.
That should be entertaining. I'm not even there yet.
God.
I'm just chilling at
Here
the
we
bar.
go.
I'm just chilling at the bar.
Okay.
Not getting fucking involved in
Oh
this. I see
my
what's going on.
God.
Yeah, it's you knock into him and you knock his beer and he goes, and he just gets very agitated and he's just like, ugh, fuck it, whatever. And he just sits back down and as you walk away, you have his coin purse.
Ah, yes.
Bro.
Nice.
There were 6 plus the 2 you gave him, so you have a net profit of 6.
Win's a win.
As you just stole from the man who let you take shards out of him, you
Hey.
fucking freak.
I gave him a drink.
Technically, he paid for.
Exactly.
We should leave the tavern.
Mhm.
We should go.
Wait, oh, yeah. Have we gotten root?
Yes,
Meanwhile,
you-
heading to the tavern.
I was like, we had somewhere to go. That's why I did it.
So, Zari and Cass, you guys do the thing. You get enough ropes for everybody and the little rope toggles and etc. It's enough that it will cover you guys up for the travel. Nice little
little bit.
dusters.
Okay. So you
Mine be
sharing your
like-
pretty rocks or what?
Can mine be like purple?
Sure.
Yay.
It's like a really shitty version of purple, but it's purple.
Still
Horrible.
purple.
There you go. It's pourable. There you go.
It's pourable.
The
Horrible. There you go.
pourable.
Horrible.
Horrible. Nice. Very good. Very good. Very
Ah.
good.
It's
Yeah.
Peeves.
Jesus.
Periwinkle.
God.
So yeah, so you guys do it and you meet up outside the tavern. Everybody's in attendance. Max is not there. He's just kind of off doing whatever. You hear confetti cannon noises in the distance, so you know he's around somewhere.
Shit, all that confetti falling on the ground and I'm not gonna catch it.
He's not close enough for you to catch it.
I know, that's why I said it's all falling on the ground because I can't catch it.
I know, big sad moment.
Still technically holding hands, so she holds you back. It's like, resist.
What?
But yeah, you give everyone the robes, and you guys are standing outside and near the fountain in the center of town. And what do now, say me?
Did you acquire any shiny rocks?
Yes, I did.
4 to be exact.
Well, actually, so I've got, yeah, 4 really, and I hand Zeb the rogue one,
Yes.
and I hold out the druid one for Kitku. I found this
I do
for
like
you.
a happy little. I do like a happy little jump, and like wave my hands in there.
And I also have 2, race the right term, 2 race shards.
Yes. Call them character shards, race shards, whatever the hell you want to call them. They're 2, an elf and an orc shard.
I don't know if we want to combine powers here, or like give people that have the class shards these race shards, or if we want to split them up and give race shards to people that don't have class shards.
I think the class stuff we should be fighters is that's a dime a dozen. It really is.
That's also the fact you guys have 3 party members that are blatantly human.
Yeah.
Let's cover up the humans.
I'm pretty chill with wood elf.
All right,
You
I'll
have
give
you have
the,
a cat ear headband though.
I put my cat ears away and then I take out my attachable elf ears that are pierced.
Yo, there you go.
Yo, I just can't because I'm wearing a headset. But
Look, I
There it is.
polymorphed.
look, I polymorph.
but I
Alright,
will give Fishy the wood elf shard, and I'll just hold the other one. I have an orc shard. I will take it if no one else wants it, but if somebody wants it, I've got it here.
if you're okay with it, yeah.
Yeah,
You want it?
Between you and it's between you and Zeb, really.
Yeah, because you and Zeb are the only ones that still look very blatantly human.
Oh, okay. Zeb, do you want this, or I'll take it if you have your eye on something else?
Which one was it again?
The
orc
orc
shard.
shard.
Should be half orc.
Green
or
boy.
priest.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Okay,
Cool,
yeah,
he-
you don't have to, but if you want it, I got you.
He could embrace his full gremlin energy.
Pretty much.
Until you come across an actual goblin, then he can become full gremlin.
Hell yeah.
Or an actual gremlin.
Oh,
All right,
no.
then I'll give the orc shard to Zeb.
All right, so at that point, you guys have your shards, but you can't seem to absorb them. It seems that the man himself needs to implant them into each person.
The man?
Oh, okay.
Nate needs to do it.
Oh.
I can just shove it up my nose.
Please don't do that.
That's more of my fucking thought.
You gotta learn somehow.
In your brain, Nate, the
Use.
instructions left to you by Bill, infusing them is kind of the reverse of taking them, where as long as you have physical contact with a shard and then a person who does not have one, you can bestow them what was in that shard. It takes a little bit of time, but you have time to burn before the caravan gets ready to go.
So basically, take your thumb and go across our forehead like Simba.
But something in your head definitely says you shouldn't be on the up when you're doing it.
Yeah. Let's find a more secluded, just like little, like behind some trees or something out on the
There are
outskirts.
plenty
That's
of
not a
trees to
bad
choose
idea. It
from.
gives us a chance to talk.
So you guys move into the heavy tree foliage west of town, just away from prying eyes behind a lot of the townhouses. And you find a spot to kind of just sit down for a minute, chat, and begin the infusions.
So does this
who's gonna
include
go
an
first?
IV or something?
So who's first?
I'll try myself first as like a guinea pig.
And you're putting which one into you, sir?
Cleric.
Ah, yes, the cleric. Alright, so you need to give me a con save just to see if anything on the oopsie table happens. Otherwise, it takes 10 minutes and it happens.
It's a very long magical roll transformation.
Let's see what happens to
You know,
the
I have a magical
oopsie
girl class for
table.
5th ed, and that is the starting level for it.
Alright, so you feel like you just went 12 rounds of Mike Tyson. The shit got beat out of you. You are not having a good time, and you are sweating like you're having Mamazuma's revenge. Like you are just, it's not fun. But you did it. So you seem to have the experience and knowledge of a cleric. But unbeknownst to the rest of the party, as the memories kind of take template in your mind, you seem not necessarily confused, but empty? Because you knowing that how clerics work in your own world is that they have an ability to speak to their deity, or the deity, a deity, etc. For you, you don't seem to have that avenue. It's almost like it's been closed off and the key was lost many centuries ago.
Okay, so I have the knowledge and skills of a level 1 cleric, but I don't have a deity associated to my belief.
So you have everything that you need to be a cleric and do clericy things. But there just seems to be like an empty space that you can't put your finger on that's supposed to be there but isn't.
Fair enough.
It's just where one would have influence from said deity, there is no influence. There's no whispers or any kind of influence coming from that direction. But you are able to do basic things, including have an affinity for magic.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then I guess as I kind of collect myself, wipe a little sweat off the old brow, I'll kind of go around and give everybody else their shards with whoever wants to go next.
All right, Cass, roll me that con save.
Yeah, buddy.
Would it be? Oh no!
Ooh.
Ooh, table for you.
This is so fitting for me, though.
Alrighty. Well, Nate, the transfusion is a success. Cass, you were bestowed the abilities of a level 1 druid, but you immediately wild shift.
Oh.
Oh boy, what am I?
Let's find out together.
Squirrel.
Can
You. Hold on, I'm letting the dice decide. The dice will decide her fate.
At
Did-
least it's just a shift.
didn't she already have another shard in her already?
Yeah, I'm a cat.
Yeah, she has a
Race.
race shard.
I have a race shard.
Oh, this
Not a
is
class
whether or
shard.
not. Oh, okay.
So, the shard goes in you, and you're like, oh yeah, this is fine. And then your body starts going, like, this isn't fine. And as you wild shift into a ferret.
Close enough. She can become a shoulder for a little while. Onto
You
the shoulder
become a
you go.
ferret, and you just start hauling ass as you are panicking of what is going on.
Yikes.
I climbed the Zarya. I climbed the Zarya tree.
I immediately sneeze because I'm allergic to anything with fur. So.
I'll grab her.
Mm-mm. I accept. I just take a puff of my inhaler.
There's no need to. There's no reason to aggravate
Fine.
allergies.
I break out in hives. It's good. It's fine. It's just cats.
There's no Benadryl in this.
Thought you said this was a modern age.
Can't medically treat
I
this.
have my inhaler though, right?
Inhalers are not gonna help against all allergic reactions,
I
though.
can at least breathe.
Yes, you can at least breathe. You will just be very itchy until you
Great.
see an apothecary.
I guess since I'm already down, let's go. I'll go next.
Okay, so Cass is currently a ferret, and Zarya has infused. Zarya, give me a con save.
Plus 0.
Oh, damn.
So is Cass's. Alright,
Okay.
so you
15?
take it like a champ.
Yeah, I do.
So your prosthetic ears just pop off your head as your actual ears become pointy.
Shit.
Your face sharpens a little bit, and you gain a couple inches in height.
No.
Yes.
What?
And because now your race is half elf.
Are you sure I gain inches?
You know, if you don't want to, you lose 6.
Oh, damn.
Oh shit. I'm already
No.
6 feet tall. I don't need to be taller.
No, you stay 6 foot. It's just you become
Okay.
your frame becomes a little thinner. Your face becomes
Aw.
a little sharper. Not
Oh, this
enough
is a
that it's
good diet
significant.
pill, y'all.
Jesus Christ. It's more of you become because it's a wood elf. Your skin also becomes a little bit more olive colored, more Mediterranean-esque.
Oh my god, I'm tan.
But past that, your features don't change a whole lot, but like very minor discrepancies. But yeah,
Or
on your
elf-like.
character sheet, you can make yourself a half elf.
Record.
All right, and finally, Zebediah,
Let's go.
roll that con save for the oopsie table. The suspense is killing me. D&D Beyond, tell me his result.
Uh-oh.
Say it. Oh, sweet God.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Which one was this for? The race?
This is
The race.
Yeah, this is just for the race shard.
I'm already saying it's the race.
All right, so I because I knew this would happen eventually. I just didn't realize it would happen session 2. So don't blow on me. This is you that's happening. So in normal fashion, when humans take on a character or race shard, they become a hybridized version of the race they're taking the traits from. Zeb, not only do you just feel like you got hit by a goddamn semi, you become a full orc.
Hell yeah.
Oh no.
Probably
I
not terrible, but
I embrace this 100%.
Your clothes pop at the seams as you become big thickums.
I'm already 6 foot. How big am I now?
Your pants are gone.
So, full-blooded orcs are on the high-end scale of medium class.
Let me go meet up that
So
captain.
the high scale of medium class is 7.
Damn.
I would say that you are now 6'4",
Okay.
and you are a thickums. Like you could bench press a bull if you wanted to.
I do got them thunder thighs, so yeah.
You got the dumpy and the thunder thighs. Like,
I think we need to find it. God
And
dumpies.
unfortunately, once the shard infuses and the body starts to go through the transformation, as you will watch, almost like a scene out of the original Incredible Hulk, the only thing that survives is the robe and his ball cap and glasses.
Legit.
He's naked.
check your
I hide
DMs.
my ferret face.
I-
I hide my ferret face in Zarya's hair.
I'm basically like that orc guy or mutant from like Fallout 4 who's smart.
Yes, you are very much him.
Virgil. Yeah, I'm Virgil.
Yeah, you are Virgil, and yeah, that's fine to send to Devontae. That's good. That's good. So yeah, you become a full orc. So yeah, you are now bigger, stronger, and when you come to, your voice sounds the same, but it's a bit grungier,
Oh.
and you got tusks now. Like
Oh,
your jaw's
yeah.
very square.
Well, at least he doesn't need a cloak.
Nope.
He does need clothes.
Yeah.
'cause
I could
he's
just
always naked.
I could just take some of the rags of shredded clothes and just tie it together around my waist.
You now have a
need
potato
clothing.
sack pants.
Hell yeah.
We'll get you clothing.
So at this point,
I mean, I still have a
become
I have a
after
cloak.
your
I'm so
transformation.
I was due a cloak, so I could just tie that around my waist.
Yeah, so you are wearing the cloak. The cloak fits you fine, which is great. But you're wearing potato sack pants, and that's it, minus your ball cap and glasses.
Heck yeah.
Cool. So
Now I got to roll again for the
yeah, because you got
rogue. Right?
yes, and Zarya also yes. Yeah. So now you have to roll the con save again.
Here we go.
No more oopsie table, please. I don't want this much excitement. Give us more.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a not great time. You've just been kind of getting slapped around, and you attribute it to your fatigue from your first transformation. But
So-
you do manage to not just collapse from exhaustion after getting the second shard infused, and now you are a full-blooded orc rogue.
Hell yeah.
Badass.
I know. I feel like I got the best deal of all. I am not a human anymore.
I would
I'm a
Sure.
ferret, bro. I'm a ferret and I'm on my wife.
Cass, as everything's kind of calming down, everyone's going through their infusions. You immediately shift back into normal Cass size while you're sitting on top of Zarya's shoulder. Zarya, give me deck save.
Oh, nice.
Okay,
24.
yeah.
Wow.
So you are able to not fall down and have Cass just fall on top of you. You're able to kind of pick her back up as she shifts back into quote unquote human form and is returned to normal Cass status. No longer a ferret.
Ooh.
But yes, so you guys all do that, and yeah, what do now?
We gotta find some pants for Zeb.
I kind of picture myself.
Pants.
You can do that on the way. For now,
I picture myself more like the what are those things called in the Aragon series?
for now, let's
Nargajvog.
get him some clothing and make our way to the caravan. Let's head on out.
It's easy enough to find Zeb some suitable pants and possibly a shirt/boots on your way through. They have a big and tall section in the seamstress's store. She's kind of gives them to you because a 6'4" full-blooded orc in potato sack pants and a cloak, barefooted with glasses and a ball cap that is turned backwards, is terrifying. So she just kind of
I'm
gives
just
you boots, pants, and a shirt.
I'm just a swole hippie. Don't worry about it.
Jesus Christ.
Swole hippie.
Can you tell? Can you tell that I talk like this normally? No. I've never used that word in my life until just now. So. Ah,
How often did you woo-woo before meeting me?
never.
So yeah, so now you guys are all squared away for the most part of your first shard infusions. Hooray!
Yeah.
Small golf claps.
I mean, my giant auric hands are just like.
You're also now officially a level 1 rogue, Zeb, so if you want to fix up your sheet, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I
If you
can do
need
it
any
for you.
advice, I can help out with that.
Fix up my sheet.
Here, I fix.
Okay.
Will do. Give a sec.
Thank you.
As you guys make your way downtown, walking fast towards the caravan, correct?
Yes.
Cool beans. Alright, and so when you guys get to the caravan, you see that is a large wagon on a dirt road inside of a forest trail. Here, I will put up a picture so you see what you're dealing with. It is just going to be a forest trail. Surprise, surprise.
What are the odds?
Beautiful.
What are the odds indeed?
I'm gonna talk and get to know some of the fighters. Just idle chit chat while we walk.
Yeah, basically, as you get closer, you come across and see that there are 4 people currently there. They are basically just kind of huddled around doing the thing and just kind of waiting on the rest of the stuff to get loaded.
Yeah.
And you guys see that it's 2 dudes with shields, a dude with a bow, or a person with a bow, and yeah, I mean that's basically it. Nothing really much else going on.
As I said, idle chit chat. Might as well. If anything comes up, we can at least get to know them before we, rip out their abilities and stuff.
Oh, it's not that dramatic.
But yeah.
I don't know. There's a giant orc showing up. I think that might be a little intimidated.
Nah, you're a big guy. It's fine.
Hmm.
Are there any dwarfs among the group that we see?
There is one, and he's carrying a large axe and shield on his back.
Ooh.
I I would like to. I'll chit chat with him. I've got my hood of my cloak up very high, and just Master Dwarf, any tips or anything for our journey ahead?
He kind of turns and looks at you and goes, should be an easy run. It's just down the street towards the cauldron over there. Shouldn't worry about it too much.
No, just kind of part of my nature to worry. I see you wields a hefty axe and shield here. You must be a formidable fighter.
I've gone through bits and bobs of dealing with Icon, but why are you asking me so many questions? I didn't even know you.
Oh, apologies, friend. I'm Fly, an out of towner, if you will, looking to make the journey east from here in safety, as my friends are. And I was actually hoping. I don't mean to be too forward, but I was hoping that you might be able to help us. See, I am, and like lean in close to kind of like whisper to him. I have magic, and then I'll like kind of pull back again, and would like to see if you could, help us.
He looks at you and goes, you one of them weird wizard types?
Yes.
Alright,
You're a
sure.
hairy wizard.
It's
Oh, well.
if it means giving you a bit of help, I'll sure. If it don't take too much of my time.
Oh no, it should be actually very quick. In fact, really just it doesn't take much for you. Just hang out right here, and I will cast this spell, and it'll be over in a jiff, if you're all right with it.
Yeah, it's sure, by all means. It's
Okay.
I don't see anything weird with this at all.
Nah, it's not. It's not weird. It's not weird. I promise, it's not weird. Actually, I'm gonna probably do it 2 times. 2 times, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll do the first one first and see how we're feeling.
Yeah, sure. And and I kind of like nod to him and say, if a little gold helps with the second time, we can do that too. And I'll put my hand on his shoulder and just start the shard extraction ritual.
The shard extraction ritual.
The SER, if you will.
So you see 2 symbols pop up. One seems to be the silhouette of a dwarf, assuming that it is the dwarven character crystal. The other one, you can't really tell. It seems to fade in and out between crossed axes, which in your head again you assume that it's a barbarian, and a sword and shield, which would mean a fighter. And it seems to keep fading between the 2 of them and can't seem to decide what it is.
Okay. I would like to then select the dwarf shard first.
Oogie. You do the thing as the normal rigmarole is. The orb moves down to your hand, it comes into your hand, and you pull your hand away. There's a little amber crystal with the dwarf silhouette in it, and he feels fine. He actually questions if you did anything at all.
I did, and my friend, I sense a conflict of sorts inside you, and just want to let you know that perhaps the second time may be just a little more complex. Perhaps I don't like it. I don't think it's gonna involve you doing anything other than just standing here and being your dwarven self. But just to let you know, if it's okay to do do a second enchantment thing.
I'm
Wizard
feeling
thing.
fine if you want to take another swing at it.
I
Alright.
focus kind of under my breath, but loud enough for him to hear.
And then I'll go again.
Alright, so again, you see the 2 symbols seeming to dance between themselves, Give me an intelligence check there, Nidicus.
Attempting to focus on the fighter symbol. Intelligence check. Go to ability saves. Oh! I'm a dumb.
So you, in your brain from the instructions you were given, you can't seem to understand why these symbols are going back and forth. But you try real hard to focus. And give me just a flat d20 roll.
Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. 12's okay.
Alright,
Thank
so you are essentially able to isolate one of the symbols, but you're gonna have to call odds or evens.
I'll take evens, please.
Alright. Alright. It rolled evens. You get to choose which one you pull out of this individual.
I'll take the fighter, please.
Alright. And the shard seems to vibrate a little as it moves down the arm. Give me a con save, my good
boy.
sir.
Nice.
Yeah, so you're fine. You're able to pull out the crystal. Nothing funky happens. In your hand is a sword and board crystal, that of which of a fighter. But the dwarf seems odd after you pull it from him. Almost as if he seems less withdrawn, and almost as if a weight was pulled off his shoulders.
Oh,
No.
well. My friend. That last incantation was a little more complex. I thank you so much for your time and, of course, for your troubles. And I will put 2 gold pieces in my palm and, like, shake his hand with them and hand them to him.
He looks at the gold and goes, I have no need for gold anymore. I just realized what my life's dream is to be. And he seems as if he's having a revelation. And
A baker,
he,
right?
He pulls the axe and shield off of his back, and he throws the shield to the side and kind of feels the axe with both hands. And he hits it into the dirt so the handle's pointed at him. He goes, this damn chest armor has always itched me like a fucking Dickens. And he pulls off the chest armor and his shirt, and he's just bare-chested with his beard braids hanging down, and he just is a swole cannonball. And he
We
goes,
made a dwarven ranger. Oh no.
He goes, I know what I have become, and I forever shall become the frontline berserker like my fathers before me.
Oh.
In that case, do you need this anymore? And I kind of like gesture towards the shield and the armor.
Shields are for cowards, not for berserkers.
You're right. I'll take that. I don't want you to like encumber yourself with this. And I'll just like.
I imagine you
pull
say
it.
that, like you're talking to him as you're dragging the shield back. Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, of course. Hey, berserkers, man, you are looking swole, my man.
So what had essentially happened is, you took the fighter aspect out of him, leaving behind the barbarian aspect.
Oh, snap.
Dwarven ranger.
He seemed to be conflicted in what his proficiency would lie in, and because of what you did, you focused his mind's eye, if you will, by making the decision for him.
I walk over to Latte and I like kind of nod to him and say, "Hey, I got something for you, my man."
Hand him the shield too.
Yeah, and I like hand him like the shield and the armor, and also
Wait, it's
like.
dwarven armor.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's a dwarven chest piece, and it's a pretty nice kite
You're gonna
shield.
probably keep that.
I'm gonna
but-
keep the armor, but I'll hand him the shield.
And the shard.
As you go to hand him the shield, you realize that Latte's carrying a two-handed sword.
I don't need a shield. You'll need it more than me.
Hey, you can if you're clear.
Okay, then I'll keep it, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
But
go.
I have
nice.
this. I have this for you, and I like kind of out of my pocket, just like show him the shard, and I like kind of nod over towards the tree line, and say, it's like,
I want to go behind the trees, make a deal, and
You're gonna go,
woo.
you're gonna go
Oh,
do a doobie
oh
in the
dear.
woods.
you wanna go,
Oh
wanna go into
dear.
the tree. You
Oh
Wanna go
no.
take a walk before Thanksgiving real quick, my guy? Like, you wanna
Sure,
go do a
let's
walk?
go. Let's go.
Roll me a
I
con
am
save,
the
Latte.
Nate. And
I hate
speak
this.
for the trees.
And the trees say, take this shard and like it.
Hey, speak for the
Yeah, that's
trees.
a modifier.
Oh my god.
Alrighty.
I'm not
Alright,
looking,
yeah,
I'm not
Latte,
looking.
you take it. You're fine. You feel a little sweaty, but you can't tell if it's the humidity or the infusion. But now you have level 1 fighter in
Hell
your
yeah.
headmates. So now you're officially a level 1 fighter, Latte.
Just do anything for me.
I know it doesn't because you're already set up as a level 1 fighter, but
I
now it's
know.
official. You can gain levels in fighter.
Yeah, it's all set up. Okay.
Yeah. And then Zeb, I fix yours over where you are now a full orc rogue.
Nice.
So refresh your page, make sure you're looking at the right sheet. Because I changed your picture too.
Yeah, I refreshed it and the picture changed, but it says, oh, Orc Rogue. Yep, there you go.
There you go.
I do need heavier armor, but let's wait until we get to a major town. I
Yeah,
can work
you,
with the
you
lever
guys
for
will get
now.
to Call Tree in a minute. It's be fine. So yeah, and then Nate, you have the dwarf crystal as well.
I would like to imbibe that myself. Thank you.
All right, you know the drill.
I'll
Give me
stay
that
with
con
him
save.
just a little bit, just to make sure.
Just in case. Oh, nope, you're fine. So you take it like a goddamn champ. It is the easiest thing you've done today. And you feel yourself shrink a smidge. There's not really an option to become a half dwarf. So you don't become the full height restriction for a dwarven character. But you do get thick in the chest.
Hell yeah.
Hill or mountain dwarf?
Oh, for him, he was a mountain dwarf. Through and
Hell
through.
Why does that not surprise me with a barbarian?
You get this.
Yep. So you become a mountain dwarf. You don't really change cosmetically. You get a little thicker, a little more muscular. You know, you got a bit more hardiness to you. You feel like you can take on the world a little bit more. Past that, you maybe lose like a couple inches off the top of your noggin. But I mean, you feel like you crack a rock with your forehead.
Nice.
And then, what kind of armor did I just swipe off that dude?
Like a chain shirt.
Hell yeah! All right.
So yeah, you got yourself a chain shirt.
I
and
don
your-
that.
There you go. Got yourself a
You need
chain shirt and a
assistance of that?
kite shield.
Let's get back. We don't want them
Yep,
leaving
so you
without
guys
us now.
merge back in. You guys notice Nate shrunk a few inches, and his head is a little bit more square. His hair naturally turned into braids, and he just looks more stout, like he could just bend a rebar with his big meat hooks.
Can I have a sweet beard?
And I'm super
Yes.
skinny.
You get your sweet beard. You're not super skinny, Zarya. You just have a thinner frame now.
I'm just going to lean in and whisper to Nate real fast. Try to keep me as a cat, please.
Yeah, you see any tabaxi around? I will.
We have some part of a
you
caravan,
can-
I believe.
You can talk to them, and then I will come up to them and do the thing.
I'm just gonna fucking smile at Nate. Go, bro. Nice, nice gains, dude.
Yeah, I've changed to intermittent fasting.
I can fucking tell, bro.
Yeah, I only eat 23 hours out of the day now.
Yeah.
Gotta get them eggs, bro. Got them eggs, bro.
So you hear the bell sound in the town, symbolizing that it is a few hours have passed and it is the starting time for the caravan to begin moving. And so everyone kind of hustles up and kind of gets themselves back in gear. The dwarf you interacted with has moved himself to the point man of the caravan and is practicing very acrobatic swings with his great axe. He seems very happy now compared to his very composed demeanor beforehand. So you're not sure how to feel about that.
I feel that I have liberated that man from internal
Catsy.
conflict, and now he is free to just rage to his heart's content.
And that
You,
he shall.
you go, fellow dwarf.
And so, no one else in the caravan notices Nate's sudden change because no one's really giving two shits. So, you guys merge in, and you see there are a couple of interesting individuals, some tabaxis, some other orcs. There's a crew of probably about 8 or 9 of you in this, minus you guys, that are just walking with this caravan that is fully loaded with barrels of what you could essentially assume is grain, ale, foodstuffs, some other type materials, cloth, etc. Just common goods that are traded between this area, which seems very artisanal and very manufacturing in the sense of making minor goods and pushing them towards the larger cities. So, yeah, the caravan starts on its way. And it takes you guys a hot minute. It takes you approximately, if I was to be a guesstimation man, you guys are here at St. Joanna. You are the shield. That is a large shield. Come small. You are the shield, and you're moving to Cauldry. So approximately, I would say about 6 hours later, you guys get to Cauldry. You cross the Great Bridge that separates St. Joanna from the mainland. And your first stop is, of course, the Gate Customs Office, which basically takes in commerce from the island and makes sure it gets checked off and sent to the correct town, etc. They let you through with the correct papers, knowing you're coming from St. Joanna, and you move on to Cauldry.
Alright, just keeping my hood up for now.
It's a given.
So-
Max was with us, right?
Yes, Max is with
Okay.
you.
Oh.
Max sat on the cart for some time. His legs are not what they used to be.
Hmm.
I'd try to
What?
stick near point as well.
I didn't want to forget our party favor.
I'm gonna
but you
say
guys-
as close as possible to the center of the convoy.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, convoy gets there with no major issues. That road seems to be traveled enough that people don't really mess with each other in doing so, just because if you mess with that supply chain, you get the wrath of both Jericho Keep and Cauldry, and it's not exactly a pretty sight to have.
Oh yeah.
So you make the college relatively easily. As you come up the road, you are coming down the right-hand side, the eastern pathway, and so you come on down to Troll Row, where the entrance gate is for Cauldry. To the north, you see a large castle and large walls surrounding the city. A large harbor is, of course, lining the interior near the Winter Road and the Ivy Docks. And you enter into a large district, the caravan kind of dispersing as the cart is unloaded. The guards who are going to be taking it back to St. Joanna go with them, and you are now inside the city.
Alright. Well, we made it this far. I don't have a plan for what we do here. I do want to head south to possibly get some actual formal training, but we're
Does
here.
there seem to do there seem to be like a tavern, a traveler's tavern, or anything?
There is
Like this?
a board just past the door that says Traveler's Board in big letters across it. It seems to have information brochures tacked onto it and then in little sleeves that are built into the board. The board seems to have a number of contract or wanted posters on it, so if mercenaries are coming through or adventurers, they could pick up work. It has an information booklet which tells you about Cauldry, its founding, who's in charge, who's here, amenities, etc. It tells you that it's one of the main import-export areas for magic items. It has a very high-class blacksmithing guild in the city, so the blacksmiths are top-notch. There's, of course, the caravan checkpoint, which you guys came through across the bridge. There's the Commerce Customs route, which goes through the North Gate and Winter Road, which goes North Gate goes towards the Glass Keep, and the Winter Road goes to the north towards Head Thunder, then Falkar, and then of course to Martyr's Wake. There is, of course, a harbor and a naval base stationed here, because it's a harbor, therefore there will be boats that are both for commerce and for combat. They tell you about the mayor, whose name is Bracken Malice. He's just a dude who's doing the best he can with what he's got. And then, of course, there is a large guild and accompaniment here for the Honorable, which the Honorable is listed here in the brochure as essentially, in the long story short of it, is the Fighters Guild of the region. They are composed of senior commanders for mercenaries and other forces in the region, and they are separate from the standard military forces of the Prophets. But they are a guild under the control of the Eyes of the Prophet.
That might actually be it. No.
The
Wait a
commander
minute.
of this guild is Captain Gorthak.
They have a direct trade route with Headfunder. Are we on the wanted poster?
Are you gonna look to see?
Yes.
You are not.
Oh, thank God.
None of us look like we were
There's
before.
Max on the wanted poster.
Odds or evens.
What? What?
Odds or
No
evens.
odds.
Cass, call it. Odds or evens.
Evens. I hate odd numbers.
He is not on any of the wanted posters.
My guy's safe.
But wait, are we?
No,
Nope.
we're not.
No, we're not.
Oh, okay.
Alright, checked. That's the first thing I checked.
Okay, okay.
I'm like,
and
wait,
then
they
of
have trade
course,
with
the
Headfunder.
last two things that are on the brochure tells you about two of the major points of interest on this western part of the region, which to the far north is of course the Martyr's Wake, which is a deep tomb where a human military company held out against the protectors of the realm of the Covenant. Nearing the end of the Calamity War, they were slaughtered and buried in their own tomb, blah 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 blah, propaganda. Then the other one is Blackstone Keep, which is to the south, which watches over the Gormarsh Cave and the Black Wake Gate, which is inside the keep. It is home of the Death Watch soldiers, an individual sent as bodies to keep the gate closed at all costs, and they consist of fighters, mages, and sorcerers focused on psionic technologies.
Help me out.
Those
Help me
were-
out.
Say those were the Death Watch soldiers?
Yes. They
Got
are
it.
specifically people chosen by the Eyes of the Prophet to serve as a garrison force to keep the Black Wake Gate closed.
I have an idea.
Those words mean nothing to you guys, but it sounds ominous.
Why don't we play mercenary slash adventurer for the town for a little bit? What do you guys think? We don't have to join any of the guilds, but the guilds would probably be a bad idea. But if we freelance it for a little while, we should be fine.
Yeah, get some upgrades, maybe get better crystals, and then obviously better armor. Or armor in general.
Yeah.
You do see there is a freelancer board with some very minor or basic contracts with a couple of wanted posters there. There's a line of catch the thief, find the kidnappers, protect a grain stockpile, guard a museum, blah blah blah.
That museum guard stuff sounds easy.
Oh, grain
Ah.
stockpile guard sounds good too.
Yeah,
I feel like
both
we
of
could
those.
buddy system either 2 or 3 each on some things. On if it's small class, not split the party because I know that's bad. But
Don't
small,
split the party.
smaller things, maybe we could
I
divide
do
and
little guard
conquer.
jobs. We could probably
Yeah.
do the guard jobs easily enough. The kidnapping one, I'd want us all there.
Oh yeah, kidnapping sounds a
Um,
bit much, but
Wait,
watching
the
in
guards
town
class.
things doesn't sound horrible.
yeah.
So you
or
take a look
stock?
at those. The museum guard one pays 10 gold a night per person. The grain stockpile pays 5 per night per person.
Or we all
What's
go to
Max up to?
museum. Oh, he's probably headed to a tavern.
Max is heading towards the tavern. He took a look, made sure he wasn't on the board, and kept on walking.
He's like, I'm going.
Let's get ourselves situated first. We're gonna be here for a while if we're gonna do this, so we're gonna need a place to stay.
Yep, and to give you guys just another quick overview of what's in the city, there are taverns, inns, etc. There's a magic shop, which again, since they're massive import-export of magic items across the region, there is a very high-class blacksmithing group in this region. Of course, a large trading area for merchants and whatnot, and then plenty of places to stay. And then, of course, there's the museum and, of course, the minor farmland just outside of Troll Row, which is the grain stockpile guard contract.
I mean, I think we find a tavern or an inn to maybe stay the night, and then look at contracting out one of these jobs here.
Yeah, we could possibly look at a long-term contract with the inn, a long-term agreement, see if they'll discount it a little bit. That's not a bad idea.
Good place to meet new people and different races
We're
or
missing
whatever.
what? We're missing what? 2 and 2? If my math is right.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Cactus still needs 2 shards. Fishy needs a race shard. No,
she
you're
needs a
good on
class
race.
shard.
You need a class
Well,
shard.
Fishy
Sorry.
needs class, yeah.
And
Cass needs a character. Well, Cass has a character shard. Cass, if you haven't already, go ahead and
Change my race to tabaxi.
yeah. Yes.
I
And
need.
then
I need
Latte
Latte needs
class.
a
we need to
a
find
race
you a
shard.
character shard. Yes.
All right, so we're down 4 shards.
Use Zephyr.
So 2
Yeah.
and 2.
Yep.
I'm
What?
also full.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
All right. So at this point, you guys find out that there's a tavern called the Hook, which is in
Ooh.
the center of the city, near the merchants' trading area, town square thing. There is a large monastery here, which is just to its south, as well as the blacksmithing group is near it, as well as some of the other guilds are kind of centered around the Hook and the dockyard.
Any objections if we stop by the monastery? The reliquary in St. Jonah was unproductive. Well, it was productive, but not in the way I needed.
No objections here.
None.
Alright. We'll swing in.
Alright, so you guys start moving towards the Hook. You take a stop in the monastery, and this is a pretty sizable one. This is bigger than the one that was in Head Thunder, where you met Graydon.
Ooh.
Perfect.
You know our hope in churches, guys.
Oh,
Ruined,
God.
Hey, we're 50-50 so far.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we are
you're-
50-50.
You're like
Coin
1
flip.
for 1, it's fine.
Well, the last time we spent in a church was only for like 10 minutes, if that. Last time we were there for a
I'm
while.
gonna walk towards the altar.
Alright, so who's the last in through the door? By
I
chance?
guess me and
Zarya.
Zarya holding hands.
Okay, can you two give me perception?
Dirty 20.
Nice. Cass sees nothing.
I'm just
Zarya?
really excited to hold her hand.
Sorry, as you pass through the door, you see there's a lantern above you in the monastery. It's like a spotlight, you know. It's a lot. It's on. It's getting close to dark. You know, it's on. You notice as you walk through the door out of the corner of your eye that the flame color changes from a normal yellowish orange of an oil lantern to green.
Does it have to do with the lantern on her hip?
Yeah,
I
does
don't
Cass
know.
still have?
I still have the lantern.
I
It
looked
does
to see
match
if
the
Cass-
color of the lantern that Cass is wearing.
I like look at my butt.
Cat did a thing, guys.
I don't
Wow.
that the flame in the lantern above your head as you walk in changes color that matches the lantern that's on Cass's hip. Booty lantern.
Was it as she walks through the door, or just as we walk through the door?
As you just notice as both you walk in because they're holding hands at the same time.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
you
didn't
really
know if it was,
can't tell.
like, it changed when we started, like, me and Cass, or the party.
You guys are just the ones that paid attention.
Ash walk through the door specifically.
Okay. I'll keep that to myself for now.
Get you towards the altar.
You see a priest there. He seems to be that of a drow elven race, so he is a dark elf. He has red eyes and darkened skin, silver hair, very pointy ears. He seems very regimented and very posture focused. Very much of that of like a very, very, very regimented Orthodox Catholic priest. Like very to the book, to the letter, fire, brimstone, blah, 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 blah.
Good evening, Father.
My son, what brings you to this monastery at this hour?
I wish for your assistance looking for your reliquary records. I may have come across something that might be in there.
Is that so? Pray tell, what have you found? The records are quite old. I doubt someone of your age has found something that ancient.
I'm gonna pull up a greatsword and set it down on the altar of keep my hands on the hilt.
Very, very nice piece of iron you found yourself
From
with.
what I found, it's also about 450 years old.
Alright, roll me perception, Latte.
Let me get over here real fast.
Scurry.
You see a small smirk come across his face that he immediately controls and goes back to a flat expression. And he looks at you and goes, May I hold it?
I'll keep my hands on the scabbard while you do, if you don't mind.
By all means, whatever is most comfortable.
Just make
And-
sure you can't take it as a whole.
He goes to grab the handle, and he seems to pick it up. Roll me another perception. You hear a almost sizzling like noise,
Uh-oh.
like when you put a fresh piece of chicken in a frying pan kind of noise, and you see little tufts of smoke coming out from where his hand is grabbing the
Interesting.
sword.
So, as I said, I am interested in trying to figure out what this relic is.
He goes, and he doesn't seem to be phased too much by what's happening. He does let go and give the sword back to you and kind of put that hand behind his back. You go, yes, it does seem to be quite old. Interesting. Yes, we can go take a look at your records.
Thank you.
Will your friends be joining us, or will they be staying here amongst the pews while I assist you with your research?
I don't mind. They are a little behind on what research I have done so far, but I haven't told them anything.
Alright, well, if you follow me, I will bring you to the record room. They can mingle about as we speak of the business that you have.
Of course.
Latte, if you would like assistance,
Yes, that would be greatly appreciated.
I am also a holy man, Father, of initial training, of course, but happy to learn.
I always welcome our junior ecclesiarchs into the sanctum of one of the great capitals of the watchful eye of the prophet. May he be blessed.
I'll come along for moral support.
May he, indeed.
And so he shows the three of you to the record room, and he brings out another tome, very much of the same identical one that you had in the old monastery, but this one seems to have less censors in it. There's still a few, but there's less.
I had a feeling there'd be censors, but
And he doesn't really show you much what's in the book. You're kind of just looking over his shoulder as he's swiping through the pages relatively quickly.
of course.
And
Uh-oh.
seems to stop on a page and then pick up the book and walk away from you, and he seems to be kind of excited about what he's found, and he goes, I think I found what you were looking for.
Might I be able to see?
I need you to roll me insight there, Latte.
Oh no. I can read.
So, there seems to be a feeling in the back of your head. You're not sure from what, but as you're holding the sword, it seems to be wanting to get away from this person. Almost like it's a gut feeling of like, I shouldn't be here.
I'll make sure to keep my hand on it just in case I'm not letting this priest near it again.
He goes, I think I may have found what you were looking for. It seems to be a record of this type of sword being made, like you said, over 400 years ago. That's very odd that you've come across such an old relic and that you seem to carry it with such grace. Where did you say that you were trained to do such things?
I was trained from far overseas.
Out of character, because you have the memories of the dwarf fighter,
Yeah,
you
I
can't
could-
just bullshit your way through it and just
Yeah,
say,
I
I
was
was trained in the mountain.
Trained in the mountains.
He goes,
The sword
"Ah."
itself, I just happened perchance to find it in a blacksmith shop not too long ago, and well, let's say it was discounted from him.
Guy practically gave it away.
What fools sometimes find such great treasures and just don't seem to cherish them as they should. He goes, may I see it again, just to see if it's the correct inscription?
I'll pull it out. I'll just make sure I have a full grip on it now.
Yep, and you have a full grip on it, and he goes to touch it, and you hear the sizzling again as he touches it, and this time he pulls his hand away as he touches the blade and the handle, seeming as if it reacts not well towards him for some reason. And you get that feeling in the back of your head again, as almost if the sword is saying, don't let him have the...
I don't want to go, Father.
All right.
Don't give
So-
me up, Daddy.
Roll me
So-
insight one more time, Latte.
Oh no.
So, something in the back of your head once again, this time with more force, you feel the word evil form in the back of your head while you're looking at the priest.
I see.
You're not
Yeah.
sure where this is coming from, but you have
I'll
an
put-
inkling.
I'll put my sword back in the scabbard, just making sure to keep my hand on it. So, were you able to find anything on it?
Yes, I was able to find something in here about it. Just it's all very censored and piecewise.
Well,
It just
perhaps
says
it would
it's...
still be more than what I found. Would you mind sharing?
Yes. It's all it says here is some of the name has been lost to translation. It just says Crucible, but there's nothing else that speaks of it. Otherwise, it just says that it was used by a warrior of the religious warriors, priests or something. The translation's terrible going from the human records to what we have
Crusader or Paladin, perhaps? Just thinking
possibly.
of names off the top of my head.
It could have been a human cleric or someone along that line that uses their own divination that went against the prophets. But it just says Crucible, and just seems to have been used by a type of religious fighter. What that means, I'm not entirely sure.
Every day's a crucible, am I right, Father?
That it is, my son. That it is.
unfortunately, that's about all I have for it. There's nothing much specific besides when it was made, how old it is, by just the design and how it was used. It may have been used by what did you say? A crusader? That sounds like by the records the translation is incorrect, but that seems to be what it would have been.
And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes, yes, yes. Be safe, be wary.
Of course.
Praise be.
Thank you for all your time. I'm gonna start heading out.
Yep. You walk out of the records room back into the central chamber. The voice in the back of your head, or the feeling specifically, starts to wane and go back into nothingness as you move farther away from the priest and back towards your party.
Later, Padre.
Yes, yes, my son. Goodbye.
Oh wait, I have to have like a deep grunt voice. I forgot.
No, it's fine.
It's alright. We can imagine it. I just imagined your regular voice, but you're just in this big gruff body.
All right. So let's head over and get ourselves some arrangements for staying long term. And start heading out.
Yep.
Get away from that priest.
Do you mention this to Nate or Zeb as you're leaving the monastery?
I'll just say we need to talk.
Yeah, I noticed something weird about the lantern as well, or the light above the chapel when Kit and I walked in.
So as you
Assuming
guys
we're
exit
out.
the monastery,
Yeah.
yes, as you exit the monastery, you can look up and the lantern above the door is still green.
So like we all notice that all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go to the tavern. Let's ignore it for now.
Yep, you see the tavern. It's got a big old wooden sign that says The Hook on it, and looks very well off. It's got some people down at the bar down on the bottom floor, and of course it looks like the top 2-3 floors above it that are kind of stacked into, as well as the townhouse next to it, all seem to be rooms that are for rent and have people coming in and out of them as they're going to and from work or what have you.
Can I check and see if anybody followed us from the cathedral?
Roll perception.
You're so bad at this. It should be me.
You did well.
You don't notice anyone in specific. Like, there's no one tailing you. But you do feel as if you were being watched from one of the windows.
Like inside the tavern? Or from the
Inside
cathedral?
monastery.
Oh, okay. Can I scope out the tavern then to make sure no one else is in there that's shady?
I mean, you can see from the outside it's mostly people who are either having a good time at the bar or coming home or going to work. Of course, there's going to be sketchy individuals because there's mercenaries and the like, but no one that stands out as a threat.
My kind of people.
What time is it ish?
It's getting close to like 5 in the evening.
Quitting time.
So we're going to go to the tavern, get some food, of course. Get ourselves something to eat.
I want some ye old White Claw, please.
You have your White Claw in your bag.
Actually, I have. That's right. I don't know if this is a place where I can bring my own, though.
Let's try the local specialty as well. It should be
Listen,
some kind of fish
ABC
dish.
laws don't exist.
I just want to find out where Max is at and just party with him because he obviously knows the best
Max
joints.
has a table in there. Once you guys enter the tavern, he has a large table kind of set up. Almost as if he was expecting you guys. And of course, as is tradition, he has 2 large tankards and a plate of nachos.
Heck yeah.
And he looks at me and goes, you finally made it. Did you stop to sightsee while you're sitting in Cauldry while sitting here eating these nachos by myself?
Was exploring a reliquary on the way in.
Oh, so you met Father Gregory.
Yes.
Interesting individual, isn't he?
Old Greg? No.
No, it's not old Greg. It's just Father
Old Greg.
Gregory. It's not old Greg.
It's old Greg.
It's not old
wait.
Greg.
Let me.
Wait. If you're complaining about eating the nachos by yourself, does that mean you want us to eat nachos with you? Because I could definitely eat
I go ahead and
nachos right
grab
now.
a nacho.
He goes, just sit at the table with Max, and we'll deal with the nachos.
Third person.
Is there a
Well, that's him talking. He's just like, just sit down, thanks.
is there
He
any,
goes,
music playing in the tavern?
There's a couple of bards playing off in the corner. There's one playing a very small Valentine accordion. Another one's playing like a fiol. You know, it's nice. It's like harbor music, almost Sea of Thieves-ish. There's like a hurdy-gurdy in the background somewhere. It's nice.
Question for you, Max.
Yeah.
You know the truth about us, so I'm just going to say it. I'm gonna make sure I'm speaking, or even Ketku is gonna have a difficult time hearing it.
Bro, I got cat ears. What do you mean?
This is why I'm whispering it to where even you would have a hard time, because if you could hear it,
You
that means
scooch
other
in closer to
people's sense of
Max, where you smell the beer on him, and he goes, "Speak."
you know we're not from this world, and I know you're being a great help. Is there anything that you know of, like in the history books, that speak of weapons of sentience?
Well, as I told you before, magic is not gray here. Sometimes magic can take many forms, and sometimes it can run wild and do things on its own. As I can tell with your druid, she's still got some ferret fur on her shoulder.
Listen, something went wonky when I got this. It's fine
Mm.
now.
Sounds
fine
like
now.
sounds like a skill issue.
It sounds
But
like a skill
regardless,
issue. Sounds like
Ouch.
a PP
Killed
issue.
it.
weapons of sentience are not uncommon in this world, especially if they're made by. And he kind of looks around before he says, "Human hands."
Oh.
That would explain a lot. Thank you.
But I would be wary of Father Gregory. He's been acting strange, even to someone of my standards.
I don't trust him, but completely. I won't.
Good. Anyways, I see that you all look a bit different, and you look famished. And he goes, nachos. And everyone gets a nice big old plate of nachos in front of them, with little like,
I eat
confetti
my-
burst off the table, just like,
Yes! I love nachos!
Thank you so much.
You need to eat, especially the big green one.
Yes, I do.
Zeb, you look odd. And he just turns away from you.
Max. Love you too, buddy. You and your unicorn
Getting him
hat.
pants was fun. Getting him
Aye.
pants was fun.
Yes. They do have a big and orc section in most seamstress stores now.
Are you planning on staying in this town for a while yourself?
I might. There's some work that needs to be done, some shopping and the like. Since that your bun person touched my pouch before, some of my components got squashed, so I have to get some replacements.
Hate when that happens.
From from
Ah.
the magic shop, which I was planning on coming to Cauldry anyways, because this is where they have the best magic to make nachos. Yeah, it's something about it. It just tastes better here. I don't know why.
Got that gas
Maybe it's
station cheese.
freshly imported ingredients from the harbor?
What if I make magic nachos? Don't you understand? I don't use their ingredients. They're magic.
Yes, they are. But maybe the harbor has something to do with it. Maybe you just appreciate the environment.
Maybe so. So he just kind of gets everyone nachos and whatnot.
We're all
Everyone
just
has
feeding
some
our
good
faces.
food and grubs, and you're eating and having a good time. And he yeah. What's up?
Can I lean over to Cactus
Hey, Cactus.
Hmm.
Anybody in here striking you know
Striking your fancy.
yeah.
I also lean in.
Yeah, Fishy says racial interest, and I don't want it to sound like that, but also perhaps per schmaps, do you want to be like anybody that's in here? Because we should maybe fix you up a little bit. Also, Latte, same for you.
Who
I'll
you
look
wanna
around.
be?
It's not. I need tabaxi for latte, and I don't. A
Well, yeah,
bunny?
whatever,
Is there a bunny
whatever
outside?
Cactus wants to
A
be.
heron gun.
Absolutely not. Herringons are like 2 feet tall.
You are not going. Oh my Jesus Christ, please! You fucking. Did you not hear? Literally. Oh my Jesus.
So you see
Little
in
angry
this
ferret.
tavern.
Fuck this.
So in the tavern, the 3 bards are a tiefling, a dragonborn, and another elf. There are a couple of tabaxi around. They are specifically peddling goods that they have, just selling small stuff.
God, you guys worse.
Cigars, pocket knives, stuff like that. Little stuff out of briefcase, like counterfeit watches, the like. There's a couple of orcs, some dwarves, some gnomes, some halflings. It's a very solid mix of people in this tavern. There's even a couple of kobolds. They seem to be more of waitstaff than anything, or helping out around the bar's barbacks, but they are there.
Well, I mean, for Cactus and Latte, for either of you, would it go bring them over to the table and we can do a little exorcism of the shards, if you're interested.
Why does it sound worse and worse the more we describe it?
I'm trying to find a good explanation of what it is. I don't know.
That's why I said I was gonna come for moral support.
So, Cactus is gonna. I'm gonna light a cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of just lean over to Nate. Look, Gap. I'm gonna be honest, man. I've been thinking about this one for a minute. Just being real for a second. The fantastic idea of cool people slinging magic spells and peerless warriors, and the more I think about it, the more it just feels slightly weird. And I thought about it. Do you remember that keep outside the city?
The one we're heading to?
Oh, the
To my Jericho?
Jericho, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that dirty great fucking cannon they had?
I remember the big cannon. Yeah.
That means gunpowder's a thing. That means I want a rifle.
Okay.
Artificers are a class
Artificer
you
does
can get,
exist.
Dungus.
So
Great.
if it's like, if I were to use, this is just me, and call me stupid, call me annoying, I'll know what you want, but
Hey, you're
taking
stupid
someone
and
else-
annoying.
taking someone else's skills
Oh.
as my own feels wrong. Because in a sense, what did you do to earn that skill?
He did the
We're only
tickle
getting
the
the
arm and
basic
magic.
learning behind it, so we still have
I
to
want
learn
to
everything
I want to
else.
lean across the table and grab Cactus by the cuff of his collar and pull him in and be like, I want to fucking go home, which means that we have to be alive, which means that you have to look like you don't look right now. I don't give a fuck what you do or how you do it, but I want to go home.
So do I.
Fucking pick somebody in here that you want to look like so that I can go extract their shard and we can get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
Woo!
And Cactus, in your head, deep down, Nate is correct. That right now, as it stands, it would take you months of training to get yourself back into fighting shape to fight something that you may come across. Though pulling the shard may feel like a shortcut, it is a necessary shortcut for you to play catch up to the warriors around you that if you were to fuck around, you would very quickly find out.
We need to pull out the fuck around find out chart. I can.
That's on the oopsie table. So it's deep down that it feels weird, but you know that at the end of the day you want to go home. You don't want to be here. You don't want to have a target on your back.
We need
You
to make
need
sure
to
that
make a
next time you
compromise.
piggyback an orc, you don't get flipped over.
Yeah, it's because out of character, if you wanted to become someone who just slings a rifle like a ranger or an artificer, you'd have to go through months of training, if not years, to get up to a level 1 ranking, because that is just how it is in the D&D world. A level 1 character is a veteran of some form or another, and then as they gain level, they gain experience and they gain expertise in certain fields. So these shards are giving you that baseline foundation to understand how not to die, and then give you and open that gateway to gain those levels, to become somewhat better so you can eventually make it over the finish line and no longer be here.
Well, there is a tabaxi here, right? If I remember right.
There is.
from what
There
you
are
said.
tabaxis, kobolds, there's the dragonborn, tiefling, and elf bards. There's the tabaxi peddling wares, there's some dwarves, gnomes, halflings. Like I said, it's a very highly populated tavern because you have a lot of mercenaries and a lot of workers kind of just passing through at their leisure.
We can flag over one with tabaxi. That's easy enough to do.
Where you want to be, Cactus?
Line up that tiefling.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
But tiefling is real.
Well, there goes my clothes.
The clothes will stay on for the remainder of the stream.
Well, okay, I have
Cease.
to ask because tieflings come in. Oh, see, tieflings come in a lot of varieties. Like there's I'm a goat demon tiefling, and then there's I have normal feet, I have normal hands, I just have a tail and brownish reddish colored skin.
Tail isn't normal.
Please be a goat demon.
Sounds
So
actually a little weird for a tiefling.
So what happens when you guys pick up races is that if they are, the way that I see it and the way the system works is that if they are the bare bones races, so anything that you can imagine that is a half dash blank, you will default to that kind of stat line if you pick up the race that it stems from. So if you pick up an orc, unless you roll on that one like a certain somebody, you will become a half orc. If you pick up an elf, you will become a half elf. Unless you either choose to take the full-bodied route, which then you have your discrepancies of being a wood elf, a drow, etc. For tieflings, because they, like you said, they come in a lot of varieties. Same thing as if you came across a Aasimar, is that it would be the roll on the oopsie table to see how far on the spectrum you are. Are you going to look somewhat normal because you're a human and you're picking up an already quote-unquote half-breed character? Or are you going to get pooped on real bad and just take the full extent of the spectrum and become like the stereotypical view of it? It's going to depend on your willpower and the dice.
Take
All right.
the chance, roll the dice.
Tell me about the tiefling. Is it like you just said a tiefling, so I don't know anything more about him.
All right, so since you're targeting the tiefling, they are a decent height tiefling. They're probably about 5'11". Their skin is of more of a brimstone color, so it is a darker maroon. They do have some very stereotypical horns, just kind of go up and back. They don't really protrude up from their head too much. They don't curl to the side like ram horns. They're just kind of...
They look like slick back hair to an extent.
Sort of, yes. But at the end, they do point up, so you can tell they have them. It's just that they go back with their hairline a little bit more. Their skin has a little bit of char to it, like it looks a little bit rough, and they do have cloven hooves, so take that as you may. And they do have not a stereotypical devil's tail, but a smooth tail. So it tapers to a point.
Keep it in your pants. Keep it in your pants.
Clothes stay on for the
down, little
remainder of the
ferret.
stream.
Down.
Sit down, milk cat.
You need to get her like a pouch to hide in.
Mm.
Right?
Not a
Are they,
ferret anymore, guys.
are they doing anything? Are they just vibing? at the
They're a
moment?
bard.
A
They're
cool
playing.
hoodie
They're
that
playing
she
music.
could live in.
There you go.
What are they playing?
Just in the hood.
What instrument?
They're playing sea
Friend hoodie.
shanties because there's the Dragonborn's playing a hurdy-gurdy. They're playing a viol, and then the elf is playing the concertina.
Wait, they're playing a violin?
A viol.
Tiny.
So a small violin.
Yes, it's the line between a
You
violin
calling
and a
me
fiddle.
a liar?
Bet. I'm gonna wait for them to finish the song.
Okay.
I'm gonna go enjoy
And
the
then
hurdy-gurdy
latte.
just because I don't know what that is.
Hurdy-gurdy. You ever play Sea of Thieves?
I have actually.
Backseat.
The
Yeah.
crank.
You're the
it's
instrument you
crank
play?
thing.
Yeah, the little crank thing.
I'm gonna go fucking dance to the hurdy-gurdy.
There you go. Go dance to your heart's content, orc man. And Latte, you said you're gonna go talk to the tabaxi?
Yeah.
All right. So
The
between
oranges
Cactus and
colored
Latte,
tabaxi.
it is a. I can't remember the official term for cat breeds, but they are like a cross between like a cheetah and a bobcat. Where like they have
Tabby?
this. Yes.
Yeah, bobcat.
So
Sheer
like they have
bobcat, man, it's
bobcat
a
ears.
Fucking oh god, it's an ocelot.
Yeah, it's kind of like an ocelot. Is
Oh,
the best
okay.
way to explain it.
Every time I hear ocelot, my brain goes back to Archer and the ocelot.
What about the axolotl?
Calm down.
So yeah, so they kind of look like an ocelot. You know, they got the bobcat ears and they got a couple of spots in the fur, and it's tidy, it's short hair. You know, it's not anything crazy. You imagine if you put enough willpower into it, you could, you know, keep your own hair color among other things. You could look the way you want to look, but you will take on their appearance as necessary. Again, it's willpower and
From
chaos
minor
control.
changes that would need to be.
Yeah. So between the two of you, who would like to go first?
It's all I go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, leave it to me.
So Latte, you approach Tabaxi, and he just kind of looks up at you as he's fiddling with a pocket watch that he's trying to sell. He has a bunch of other things on a velvet cloth on the table in front of him, as he makes trinkets, finds them, fixes them up, sells them to people.
Yeah.
He's pretty good about it.
I'll look over trinkets. Why not? See if there's anything
Yeah,
that catches my eye.
He's got like a couple of brooches he's cleaned up real nice. He's got a couple of good pocket watches. He's got like a couple of like cloak pins. You know, he's got maybe like a nice little circlet, maybe some bracelets, a couple of rings that have been repaired. You know, he's got a nice spread,
Any
if you
pendants?
will. And he's got like a locket maybe that you
You
can
know
tell
what?
from a distance.
I'll buy the locket. And then I'll go sit there, I'll go, hey, I have a slight proposition for you.
Got you ass wares.
It's he looks at you and goes, if it said to do anything gross, it's gonna have to wait till tomorrow when I'm off.
It has nothing to do with that kind of thing.
whoa.
You're in
Oh,
luck.
thank God. I hate doing those kinds of things that people come up and they go, oh, what are you doing? You're over here being a tabaxi. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just trying to sell stuff, not get pissed on.
Relax.
Fair
At
point.
most, it's just somebody who wants to give you a handshake.
All right, I guess. Roll persuasion.
Ah, shit.
Because again, guys keep making it sound like you're gonna steal people's fucking kidneys. Just be real.
I would be, but
Gotta have a
same
party
time, I
of
don't know how
Yeah.
the
socially
process
awkward
works from him.
individuals.
I told the guy all he's doing is getting his arm tickled. He's getting paid though. At least he's getting
He wasn't
compensated.
getting paid, that's why he
Uh,
didn't really care.
Exactly.
Persuasion.
Persuasion, yes. The
Oh,
talking
no.
skill. Oh yeah, you did all right. You got a nat 20 minus 2 gave you a total of 18. So either
That will be
you're
fixed
doing
one day.
goods. you're doing's the goods. So you talk with him, and he goes, all right, I'll come meet this wizard friend of yours. And so he puts down his tools in his pocket, what he's working on. He takes the silver from you to buy the locket, and gives the locket to you and gets up and walks over to the table and sits there. Max pops a plate of nachos in front of him and goes, L'chaim. Confetti.
allow me to introduce you to
Our
Zach,
wizard.
our wizard. And I'll point. I'm sorry, Nate, our wizard. My brain died. Shit.
Mhm.
I was like, who's Zach? Is
My
Nate have
brain
an
died.
alias?
Oh no.
Who the fuck is Zach?
I'm known as Zach in these parts. No.
Zachary.
We're
Look,
sure.
Is that
We're sure that
Mariah?
roll was
Look,
accurate.
my
I think.
brain died for a moment. I'm gonna leave
That
it
was
at
the
that.
-2 of
Yeah,
persuasion.
so
Oh, that's a big
so
two.
Nate, you just
a
roll with it.
massive
You're like,
two.
ah, yes, I am Zach the wizard.
The dice
Zach,
bounced off.
This is amazing. And
Zach, this is amazing. Max gives you a look of like, you son of a bitch.
and I looked at Max real quick and say, I learned everything from you.
No.
He shrugs and goes back to eating nachos. Good man, good man.
And I'll just like arm wrestling, hold this Tabaxi's hand and say, just hang out right there and I'll be done in just a second. No worries.
You should try the nachos, though. They're really good.
Yeah, you can eat while I'm doing this, I think.
With his other
We
hand.
all learned today.
Just focus on the giant orc dancing a jig over here.
Oh no.
Oh my
Please don't.
God.
But
So-
don't do it while you're eating the nachos. It'll probably make you nauseous.
So
I have clothes
he
on, thank
tanks it
you.
okay. And Nate, of course, you see a rogue shard and you see a tabaxi shard in him.
Okay, I'll take the Tabaxi shard first.
And he's pretty okay. Like nothing really bad happened. He feels a little weird, but those magic nachos though, they help him.
don't.
Would you mind if I cast a second incantation? I don't want to inconvenience you.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm here. This food's really good. Where'd you get it from? As he's still holding on to you. So go ahead and you can see the other shard in him. That is a rogue archetype.
Alright, I will take the rogue shard.
Yep, you do it, and let's see if the nachos save him again. They do. He's fine.
Fucking nacho saves.
These max nachos are good.
The nachos give him advantage.
I kind of just pat him on the shoulder and say, "Thank you, friend. You have done us a great service. Enjoy your
Yeah.
evening."
He goes,
those
yeah,
nachos.
and if you want to come see anything that I got some new rings and circlets that I found that I cleaned up for everybody to come take a look at. I got bargain prices.
Hey, it does have a quite very interesting variety. You guys might appreciate it.
I would like to go look. I think Fishy wants to go too.
Yeah.
I would like to see if he's got anything religious symbols in nature that I would potentially would
He-
recognize from. I can't remember the name of the village that we were at before.
Saint Joanna.
Joanna. Yeah.
As you come to the table, he has a couple of them, or a couple of different religious symbols. He has like the Eye of the Prophet. He has what looks to be some form of like multi-armed cross, and then off in the corner of it, there's a nice little what looks to be pewter silver pendant that has the stencil of the saint from Saint Joanna that you remember from the temple.
How much for this locket here?
He was I found that it was relatively simple to find. It's 15 silver would do it fine. That'll put me back on the price of the silver I had to use to fix it.
Is there anything with moons that I see to like
There-
combine with this?
What do you mean, like a moon pendant? Or
Just
like
anything with moons.
there's like a nice moon ring. A ring with like a
Sweet.
moon sigil in it.
And that.
Another 15. Sure, we'll make an even 30 silver for the lot of them.
I slide him over 5 gold pieces and say, "For your time and trouble, friend."
His eyes get ready. He goes, "Are you sure?"
Very sure. And should you ever need work securing or finding any of your artifacts, we'll be here.
He goes, well, I definitely will keep you guys in mind. My name is Peter. I'm the local fence, if you will. Finding things, selling things, and whatnot. I'll be here in Cauldry for a while if you find anything neat.
We'll come find you if we need you. Thank you, Peter.
We'll keep you in mind.
He is ecstatic you made his month.
I go and find Cass, and I take her right hand and slip the moon ring on her ring finger.
God damn.
Specifically my right hand.
Your
I'm
right
excited,
hand.
and I do happy wiggle with my mouth full of nachos.
All that's missing now is Max confetti.
Confetti.
Mazel tov. Pew, pew, confetti.
Right hand.
It's a party.
Right
All right,
hand.
and Cass, give me whiz save, quick.
Oh no!
Oh yes.
Oh, she just
Oh,
fucking
no.
tricked you, ass.
Oh.
Oh.
True love.
Love is poison.
A 6.
Oh.
So
What
your
did you do
emotions
to
got
me?
your emotions got the best of you. You turn into a ferret. Actually, no. Hold on. Yeah, no. Well, you turn into a ferret. Your emotions got too much, and you shifted back into a ferret for the next 5 minutes.
Oh boy. You just
So now
hurt
you're
Karen's
doing
neck.
nachos.
yeah. So now you are having happy wiggles, and covered
my
in nacho
nachos.
cheese.
Well, now the nachos
as a
are
ferret.
huge, and you can eat more.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Save money,
Gorging my
turn into ferrets.
Ferret tummy on nachos.
Oh god.
Crawls into the hoodie hood.
No, I'm not gonna give you guys a fucking cursed object this early on. I'm not a monster.
Hey, Nate, I
No.
have a
Latte, yes.
proposition for you.
Hit me.
You could check without taking, correct?
Yeah. Well,
Technically, yes.
I have to like basically do the whole thing before I like can see their essence. But yeah,
Touch
I
the
mean,
sword.
I don't. Huh? What's that?
Touch the sword.
Oh, I don't know if it works like that, but I will, I guess, just reach out and touch it.
Quick, roll con save, Nate.
Oh, god damn it.
Is this sword gonna be like me?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So, Nate, you fall out of your chair backwards after touching the sword, and you are overflowed with memories. You see Crusaders fighting off giant malformed demon hosts and other things. You find yourself in the middle of a battlefield centuries ago during the Calamity War. And you're seeing men being slaughtered by these giant demons. But one Crusader stands out among the rest, as so does his sword, which you recognize the one that you just touched. You see that man run headlong into what can only be described as a greater demon of something. It stands easily 15, 20 feet tall, wings that are just as wide as it is tall, and just looks menacing with its black horns, red skin, and large axes, with its body covered in skulls of the people that it's killed.
A greater demon of pain, clearly.
And this Crusader just hauls ass at him,
Dang.
and you see him stop one of the axes with the sword, and he raises it up above his head, and he just screams, "Deus Vult!" and swings it down in a blinding light, brings you back into the tavern.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Do like a little jitter awake, like
Are
from
you
a
okay?
day's dream or something.
I'll hold my hand out to Nate to help him up.
Yeah, because we just saw him get launched back and fall on his basically
Yeah.
backside. We're just like, what
I'm
happened?
like screeching. I'm like screeching in ferret.
Just a lot of
Or-
chittering.
The party voice.
Yes, the party dog voice.
Oh no!
So while this is happening, Cactus, you were talking to the tiefling. What say you?
You said it was a dude, right?
I don't know. Is it?
Tieflings are still kind of human. Does it have tits?
I don't know. Does it, Douglas? Are you
Check
gonna
out the
look with your
tiefling.
eyes?
Yes, I'm looking with my eyes. Does the tiefling
It's a
have-
female.
Okay.
Use your Mark 1 fucking eyeball.
I mean,
What
I
if I have
just
a Mark II?
I just see a
Well,
map.
then you should be definitely
Yeah,
using your
there's
eyeballs.
just a map.
There's
Yeah.
just a map, guys. All I see is a fucking map. It's a female tiefling.
Okay, thank you.
It was more of give me context clues of what you're doing so I can give you deets. But yeah, it's a female tiefling playing a viol.
I'll smile at her. You play very well. May I ask your name?
She looks and goes, "My name's Rebecca."
It's a pleasure to meet you, Rebecca.
Hydrate, you
How long have
bastard,
you been playing?
Since I was born. Grew up near the Bard's College, and I learned when I was young. I've played it on the ships and parties and whatnot, just doing what I can to make a couple gold pieces here and there to keep myself going.
Well, your performance definitely shows. As you can see over there, my friend, who is currently out of his chair, was literally blown out of his chair by your performance. He certainly seemed to
Ah.
enjoy it quite a lot.
How nice.
I'm sure he'd be ecstatic to shake your hand if you wouldn't mind.
Roll persuasion. Persuade.
Oh, suck my fucking dick. It was on a 14 and then slithered into the corner. 10.
All right, so
I mean,
she
is
goes.
that what you tell the tiefling?
Told the tiefling that we'd be done.
She goes, I haven't sat down for a minute. Sure, I'd love to meet your friend. So she puts down the viol and she walks back with you to the table as Nate's getting picked up by Latte.
Am I still a ferret?
It's been 5 minutes.
God damn it.
Hey, Nate, this is the lovely bard you were talking about.
I kind of like it. Yeah.
You wanted to shake our hand?
Yeah. And I kind of look
Smooth.
at Latte real quick and like give him the we need to talk later when there's not like strangers around. And hello. I look over. Is Peter nearby? Can he hear me?
No, he's busy looking over the goal and checking if it's real. He's
Okay. I'm Fly, but I've also been known to go as Zach in these parts. I can do magic.
That is amazing.
This is amazing. I can do magic and would like to cast a very simple enchantment on you if you would be so inclined. Potentially, my friend Cactus here would provide a few gold pieces if that was, more your thing for the enchantment, of course.
I think that'd be fine. I haven't met a fan as excited as you before.
Very excited. So excited.
And so she extends her hand.
I just take it in my now very meaty dwarf hands.
Oh, see, this
yes.
better not give me tits. I swear to God, if this gives me tits.
No.
I mean, you did decide that she was a female when you had the choice to
can't
make him a
control
male.
I just get the shards.
All right, so Nate, you grab her, like you hold her hand very much like under the hand grip, like nobility kind of shake for a lady of honor, etc. And you see the two symbols pop up, one that looks like that of a lute, which tells you that it's a bard crystal, the other one which has the silhouette of a tiefling, which tells you it's a tiefling crystal.
I will take the tiefling crystal first.
Yep. And when you pull your hand away, of course, the crystal is in your hand, and she seems unshaken, but is happy to have met someone who enjoys her music.
If you would allow me, I actually would like to request a second incantation, if you will. Very, just as quick as the first, and potentially maybe some nachos in it for you. And I look over at Max real quick, and like nod to him, like, can we do the nachos thing? Like the nachos are a big winner.
Mazel tov.
Yeah.
I just loved it. I just love how much Max is just able to like. He doesn't even break the fourth wall. He just fucks it mercilessly.
That's why I'm glad he's in our party right now.
Sir?
He just shits nachos and confetti. Like, what else does he need
What
to
a
do?
friend.
He's a
Level
fucking
15,
level
but all he
15
does-
wizard. Like, get the
all he
fuck
does
out of
is
here.
shit nachos.
But yeah, so he pops out nachos next to you and like gracious up a seat and is like, "Go for it." So you
Hold
do
on,
the
let me
thing,
get-
and now you see the Bard Crystal.
This is Max,
I
by the
will
way.
take said Bard Crystal, please.
Yep, and she seems unshaken. She sits down and eats some very delicious nachos. Again, thanking you for being a fan and for inspiring her to keep playing. She, takes the plate and goes back to the rest of the bard she was playing with and kind of shares the food amongst them.
I'm gonna hand her a couple
tells
of gold
them,
before she
yeah,
goes.
that's good. Yes, good. She seems excited, and she shares that gold with her compatriots as well. They all seem very happy that they met you this night, which is always a good thing to have done. And so at that point in time, you now have all the crystals you need to fill up the rest of your party slots.
So I go ahead and change my species to tiefling. Yeah.
Well, hold. Yeah, yes.
Oh.
You can go ahead and just change it predeterminedly to tiefling. Your appearance will be dictated in a minute when we get you to a safe location.
Yeah, I'm not giving you the shard until we're somewhere like. That goes for Latte's tiefling shard too. Like,
His
gotta-
Tabaxi shard, yeah.
sorry, Tabaxi. Yeah.
You're good.
Uh,
So yeah, Max tells you that you guys seem tuckered out, and that he's glad to see you guys are making progress, and that he already has rooms rented upstairs for you.
Perfect place to do the transition.
He goes, well, I know the barkeep and the tavern inn owner. They'll let us stay here for a minute. I know you guys probably gonna want to do work. I'll pick up the tab on this one because I'm apparently a chef now. And as he stands up, you see a white apron pop up on him and a little chef hat, and he walks off to behind the bar to just start making food for patrons.
Nachos all around.
You start seeing just constant confetti noises as he's like making burgers, nachos, pretzels, all kinds of shit. And he's just like, Mazel tov, congratulations, L'chaim. Like, just throwing shit at people.
I'm assuming just a normal ass tiefling. Because there's like
Yes.
five different legacies and shit.
I mean,
don't know which one to pick.
let's find out together. So yeah, so you guys go up to the room. You are squared away on that whole situation. You are in the room, and you are now able to do your thing.
I kind of want this
I
to get
put-
some tits
I-
for the lulz.
we're all
Give me
going.
tits.
Here we go.
Are we
Alright,
all
so
up there?
There's only 4 dynasties. It's Tiefling, Feral Tiefling, Variant Feral, Variant Tiefling. You're just a standard ass Tiefling.
Nah, I see like Beelzebub, Despater, Fiera, Glacia. A Latin word I'm not gonna try. Mammon, Mephistopheles, Variant, Zariel.
I'm not seeing
You're
all those.
tiefling.
You're just pick one. Pick thing.
I've like looked at the substats. They're all the same overall.
Yeah, just pick one that makes flavor text good for you.
Okay.
But overall, tiefling is tiefling, and it's too
Tiefling
good.
as Tiefling does.
Are we
Alright,
all?
so you can-
Did we all go upstairs?
Yes. Yes.
I put Cass on bed.
Cass then immediately shapeshifts back into a person.
I'm
Just-
looking at
I'll
my
have
ring
Nacho
now.
in hand.
It's you when you wild shift back into a person, it's immediate, and there's like a puff of hair around you as you turn back into a person. Like piff, and the hair kind of like falls down gently.
This is your room.
Yay!
I feel like I have to use an agility roll every time I come through the doorway.
Don't tempt me.
Fuck.
Don't give me ideas.
I'm not gonna sit on a bed, that's for sure. I'll just sit on the floor.
No, the beds can support you. These are not. Like, it'd be different if you went to a place that was predominantly like gnomes or halflings. It'd be kind of hard, but because it sees a lot of people, everything's built to last, so you're fine.
Sweet. I just don't want to owe any more money.
No, you're fine. So Latte and Douglas, roll me con saves. So Latte, this is for the tabaxi. You're
15.
fine.
Heck yeah.
So Latte, you are now full tabaxi. Congratulations, high fives all the way around.
Woo!
Yep, I'm able to keep my appearance. I'm good.
Yes, you are able to will yourself to look as you deem.
Oh, nat fucking 20.
All right, so odds or
You
evens,
got
Douglas.
some
Yes,
bahongo
titties.
longos.
Odds or evens if he has tits.
Hold on, because I asked you to roll a con save. You didn't say for what. So give me odds or evens for whether this is your class or your race that you're rolling for.
Oh shit.
Call
Even.
it. It's odds. It is definitely your class you rolled for on that one.
Okay.
So
I mean,
you
that's
have
okay.
you have perfect bard. So you are perfect retention of memory. You survived the transfusion. You are able to do the thing. It has happened. Now roll another con save for your character shard transfusion.
That's okay.
Oh no. He's got titties,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
But are they
No, does he
tickle
just have
All right,
one
hold on.
titty?
Hold
jeez.
everybody.
Just one.
Damn.
Wait, no,
Chill.
3 titty. Because
It's like Ramna
Jesus
one half
Mary
or something like
Christ.
that.
Doug, call odds or evens again, please.
We are degenerates.
Well, I'm nothing if not inconsistent, so we'll go odds this time.
All right. It's evens. You are slightly gender bent.
God! Okay, in what way?
You got titties, bro.
Hold on, I'm letting the
You
dice
just have lumps
decide.
everywhere.
Hang on.
Levitate
Hang your
roll.
horses.
This is all because
My
he didn't
goodness,
decide on
y'all
his
are
own.
horny as shit. Chill out. Let me get through this. I'm trying
But does
to
he have
do
a
it.
micro penis?
I am
Oh,
innocent.
God bless America.
Please,
Stop.
please no micro pee-pee.
I swear I'm gonna start bapping people. Where's my bonk noise? I need to put a goddamn bonk noise in this
Give me my
fucking
tentacle
Oh, yeah.
soundboard.
in the dick.
Bonk me, Jimmy. Bonk me, Jimmy.
Just
Oh,
put her in a
yeah.
corner.
door slam. That just triggers things.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
That's just me walking around.
Bonk
I'm
me
trying to do
more.
this quickly, you perverts. All
Continue.
right.
Let's
Not allowed.
continue.
Whew.
All right, how
Okay.
glorious are my tits?
All right. All right. All right.
You got small titties.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna
Still
roll a
bigger than
d20. I'm not looking at the result until it finishes, and I'm gonna tell you what happens. All right. So, you are. I'm trying to put this into words 'cause I don't like where this is heading. I don't like how this was started. I don't like how this is ending. I really wish I could retcon it, but I can't because it goes against my entire DM nature.
And it's funnier than hell.
You are by definition a trap. You have
Kill him, Matt.
giant boobas and a nice figure, but you kept everything in the
So
piping,
much
if
fun.
that makes sense.
I'm a Fuda, let's go!
You're literally your bun girl.
I'm a fun.
You're your bun girl.
And this
Yes!
is
In
all.
Final Fantasy, he's a
He's
packaged
a-
boob.
When I let him play a female bunny, he has a pee still.
You are your
Why-
female bun in Final
why
Fantasy.
have-
That
I'm
is
just
so
gonna
funny.
shake my head at you all
In
right
my
now.
Christian Minecraft server.
I'm a Fuda tiefling, let's go!
All right,
Oh
so
my
that was the
God.
thing that happened.
I
So
just
the
go
roleplay
here.
Opportunities are
Nate,
endless.
you've run away. You're just like, nope, 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 nope.
Nate, we still
as
need to talk.
as
My heart-
Cactus
my
goes
heart visibly
through,
beats out of my chest.
so as Cactus goes through some significant changes.
Good thing we were in a room.
So, hold on, let me see if you get your cloven. Okay, so you.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
But she
so
got hooves.
no tail, hooves, and
Yeah, she got hooves. Oh,
same slick
fuck.
back horns.
The
I basically look
monster
just
fucker
like
is
this chick
happy.
with bigger tits.
The monster
Um,
fucker is happy.
Do you can change what color you are as the tiefling? Do you want to be the same like dark purple maroon, or do you want to be like bright red, or
You can choose whatever you want.
I'm
for
cool
that.
with the dark purple maroon.
Okay, so basically, it's basically if someone is gonna draw this, it's gonna basically be Cactus gender bent as a tiefling, which that's a thing that lives in my head forever now. Thanks.
That's a
but yeah,
sentence you can't unspeak.
I can't.
No.
I can't unsay it because it's being recorded on 3 different channels right
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
So
it's
it is
rigged.
concrete. But yeah, so you are now a trap tiefling, which that wasn't something
No,
I
it's not a
imagined was
trap.
gonna
It's a
happen.
Fuda. There's a
No,
difference.
Fuda.
Whatever, man. You're something, okay? You are something. It has happened. It is over with.
I'm
You are
playing
now a
with my
bard
boobs.
and a tiefling.
I can't
Okay.
believe this is part of my stream
So,
now.
Cactus, what are your
I hate
pronouns?
this.
For real, though.
What are your
Uh,
pronouns now?
Oh,
I don't know what
gosh.
my pronouns are. I have titties and a dick.
She, her. You're a she, her
Them?
now.
Or them?
Or them.
The
Wanna be
thems?
them?
Let's
I don't
move
want to be a
on.
them.
Well,
This
That feels
has
very
totally
impersonal.
spiraled.
All right. This is
No, but it's,
spiraled
I'm not
too
trying.
far. I know.
No, I
It's
really
we're-
want to know, so I know for future, because I want to poke the cactus in the boob real quick, but I don't know how to put that in a sentence.
You
Just
just
don't.
You just did.
Just poke my tits.
Don't.
Zala, just play with my tits. I don't care.
I'm not.
Wait,
I'm
what?
fishy now.
They're fishy.
Why are you
fishy.
involving me in this?
No, because my other D&D character is Zala, but just without an H.
I hate
Just-
this.
I mean, I'm playing with my tits. If you want to play with them, sure.
I just want to poke it.
All right. All
Just
right.
go
because
I'm
ahead.
cutting
like,
this
oh,
off.
he morphed.
I'm
Let's
Okay.
move on.
Stop.
Let's move on.
Cease. Cease.
Get your own room.
Cease.
Okay, I do have to
Get
ask.
your
I do
own
have to ask.
tits.
I do have to ask for the sake of like knowledge. Because I rolled so shitty.
Uh-huh.
And these are cloven feet as opposed to normal
Uh-huh.
human feet. Am I gonna be able to walk normal, or is that gonna take a bit?
It's gonna take a bit of adjustment, but because of the memories of the character shard you have, you'll pick it up relatively quickly.
Okay. I'm gonna work on that. Just walking in a circle. In
Another thing. Okay, that's the least part of my problem with this session. All right,
All
so moving past that, so you all now have character and race. Or no, hold on. Class and race shards on your person.
Fishy does not have a class shard yet.
Oh, that's right. No.
Yeah, we're still
Zarya
missing one
needs
class
a-
shard.
She needs a class shard, and that's
Have a
going to be
rogue.
looking for a ranger. We do have an extra rogue shard, but that is up to you.
I can. Like, this isn't permanent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you
can
can
swap these things out at
change.
will.
It's
I can be a
just for-
distance rogue, right? Like, that's a.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
a thing.
I can be a
30
range.
feet.
Okay.
It's
I-
actually pretty
I mean-
dirty.
Yeah, I know.
The way the way rules work for rogue is sneak attack is not just melee. If you are flanking
long
or
as-
behind the target, you get your sneak attack bonus no matter what you're using.
And as long as somebody's like near the target or so. I've never played a rogue, like actually, but
Yeah, no.
having-
somebody
it's-
has to be near the target, and I have sneak attack too. I think.
Yeah, it's
so.
yes.
basically think about it this way: if someone has their attention, you can do things.
You
if
and
you
I could
sneak
combo
behind them,
that.
you can do things. Yeah, you can do some
Yeah,
wombo
I'm gonna
combos
just
with
say it's better than nothing, and I go and hug fly.
that. Okay,
to
roll me con
Shove it
save.
in me.
Hopefully you don't pass
Oh,
out. That'd be
whoa.
cool. Oh,
Oh,
God
wow.
bless America. Okay.
Jesus.
So,
Fuck.
so,
I.
so, you, oopsie table. All right. So, the shard
guys.
is okay. So the oopsie table rolled in your favor.
We're
Thankfully.
discovering your entire oopsie table today.
Anyway.
I'm still good.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I turn into
So-
a ferret when I get excited, so.
Yes, you do. 'Cause that's hilarious to me.
You
But
turned into a
Zarya,
ferret.
so you pass the hell out. Nothing bad happens. The shard isn't rejected. It's not corrupted. You gain the rogue class at level 1, but you do just crumple. Like you pass out. This is just immediate.
Nate, what did you do to our wife?
Tonk.
Grab her. Grab her so she doesn't hit the ground.
I got it. Got it. Right, and then yeah, so you'll wake up in approximately 15-ish minutes with a massive hangover, but nothing bad will have happened. And yeah, so basically you guys have your contracts you can look into. We'll save that for next session. The 2 contracts you were looking at, or 3 technically, was the grain stockpile guard, museum guard, and the basically trying to find a lead on the kidnappers, crack a case on it. You guys have your rooms in the tavern. This is going to be your spot for a minute, unless you guys choose to leave sooner than later. But possibly getting work, getting yourselves level up a smidge, probably wouldn't be a bad plan.
Barry,
because right now
I
we
do think Nate
acquired all
wanted
the
to talk
equipment.
to me beforehand, and
Yes.
I wanted to get that out of the way before we forget.
Nate, if you like to speak to Latte about what you saw, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this sword has seen some shit. I basically had this dope cinematic flashback, and there were these holy warriors fighting some demons, and specifically one just like real beefy holy warrior guy with this sword went up against real big demon guy, and then I snap back here.
This blade, and I hate to sound a little weird with this, it actually spoke to me when we were encountering that priest.
I mean, it I wouldn't be surprised. It was clearly wielded by like a super powerful like crusader type warrior, so the fact that it has some sentience, I mean,
And that's why I figured I'd experiment a little bit, see if you might be able to at least see a shard in it, just to
Yeah.
see.
Thanks for involving me in that experiment. I appreciate that. That was neat.
I mean, you're the only one who can.
What?
But
So,
yes.
like, quick before we go, Nate, you can do some insight to see if you can pull any more information from your brain about that vision, since it happened so fast.
Sure, insight. Not good. Not good.
You remember a couple details that you know that they were all human. You could probably tell from your DM experience that it was some form of greater demon of pain, basically just a real nasty son of a bitch that you would sick on a party of like level 10s, if not higher. It's a real piece of work. And so these guys must have been really powerful and doing a lot of damage to be facing down multiple greater demons of pain and winning. So whatever this weapon is, it's nothing to shake a stick at.
And they were all humans, right?
Yes.
And then and no, did they? I guess thinking back into my vision, did they have like abundant holy symbols or anything like that? Like you made the mention that they were like crusader types. Did they have like symbols that I have seen before or anything?
They had what looked like it's hard to explain because it looks very similar to the Crusaders of your own world, but slightly different. They still had the tunics over their chainmail and their greaves and their basic plates. They had the bucket helms, but they all carried very large blades that seem to be inscribed with lettering down it. It almost looks like Latin, but you can't exactly be sure because everything happened so quickly. But the symbol that were all on their chests looked to be like that 6-armed cross you saw downstairs among the pendants.
I will relay that to Latte.
Oh, I was right. Probably used by crusaders in this world. Maybe paladins? We did mention something about religious aspect.
Roll me insight, Latte.
Oh god.
See if you can put 2 and 6 together.
Real quick, do you
yes.
give a shit about like optional class features?
No, not really.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do the thing then.
All right. So you basically are able to put a very basic idea together that if this was used by holy warriors hundreds of years ago, it was used to slay demons, that it itself could be considered a holy weapon. Though that's kind of a stretch until you find a way to do it. But if it is a holy weapon, then why did the priest burn when he touched it?
That's what I said. Yeah.
I mean, Sword already told me he's evil. I just have to put
Oh.
faith in the Sword.
So we're just believing swords now, okay?
You know what?
I mean, you. Sorry,
It
out
worked
of
in the Idra
character.
Union. It'll work here.
As an out of character comment, you believed a guy who came out of a cuckoo clock.
Damn, get fucked.
I mean,
All
that
right,
guy was
all
also
right.
an all-powerful watcher, so that's another thing
Who
entirely.
was in a
I mean,
suit
we all
and tie.
got rocks because of it.
Yeah, pots and kettles. All right, chill yourselves, okay?
I mean, it's better to put faith in his sword than
The
the
Rock
evil
turned me into a
priest that's
full-blown
sitting
orc.
there, evilly burning away, touching the blade. Correct?
Yeah, that dude was a little creepy. You're right.
Compared to
That
the
is
other
100%
priests.
agreeable.
Yeah, you do you. If you want to wield this holy sword, you go for it. You just smite all the things. Smote them.
Smoke them. Very good. All right, and with that, you guys all turn in for the night just to kind of either get a fix to your new bodies, the way that you move, the way that you fit through doorways,
I did have a
etc.,
question
etc.
though.
Yes.
So remember in the last time that we had interactions with the lantern, we had that insignia on our hands. Did
Yes.
anything happen with that since we've now gained like classes and races and whatnot?
That is a good thing to ask, Mr. Zeb.
That actually is a very good thing.
I was waiting
Because
for
we
someone
had
to
the
actually ask
reaction
that.
with the lantern when we walked into the chapel of it changing colors. Did anything happen with that insignia?
So, Zeb brings this up to the group as you're all kind of preparing to lay down, go to sleep. And you all take a look at your right hands, and you see that inside the Ouroboros itself has not changed, but inside the snake itself is now a symbol that reflects your class.
Ooh.
That's a based ass tattoo.
So for the bard, it is a lute. For the rogues, it is a dagger. For the fighter, it's a sword and board. For the druid, it is the shepherd's crook or the Celtic tree.
I picked the tree.
Cool, it's the tree. And so it all just kind of reflects who you are. And then inside that insignia, you all see that there is a number 1.
Oh, for our level. Oh.
And with
Does
that,
it always appear?
yes, it is always
It's always. Is
It
it a
is-
glow or just like black ink?
there. It's black monochrome.
Okay. Okay.
It won't catch the eye of anyone unless they specifically look for it or you point them out to it. Just 'cause
It
it
stands
doesn't-
out. It would stand out pretty well on me and Zarya. We're pretty much translucent.
Shut up.
Well,
you guys are
Zarya's
wearing
not
gloves.
translucent anymore. She looks like she's from the Mediterranean.
Hey,
Oh,
have an elven
it stands
tan.
out on me.
You're
All right.
kind of fuzzy though.
As I say, when
She
you
is
turn
the
into a
milk cat
ferret,
or milk ferret, I guess.
All right, guys.
Am I fuzzy?
Guys, listen. No, you're not fuzzy constantly. That's not how that works. Listen. So, with that, you guys lay down to crack out a good sleep before you tackle the possible contracts of the next day. You have a lot to think about. You have a lot to process. You have a lot to plan on what you want to do next. And with that, we close out the session for today.
that's fair.
Hell yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I need you guys to
we
help with something.
lived.
I need you to help me set up a voice changer.
Ah, no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I want you to
Look,
understand that I
God.
hate everything that happened. Thanks.
Alright. With
Dave, you
that,
gotta help me set this up.
All right, guys, go to bed. If you need to go, you're dismissed. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or
boy.
anything, send them to me either over a DM or in the thread thing that's in the
Discord here.
Yeah, I'll finish
Otherwise,
typing out my notes here in a little bit.
yes.
Those
Oh.
things.
If you have any specific notes to put forward, please do so, because it's going to be the record for your party. I know Latte did it the first time. Latte, if you want to do it again, that's perfect. If anyone else wants to put things in of little notes that you've noticed that your character would jot down or share at the party, do so, because it's going to be good as a reference. It's going to be your logbook.
Nate.
So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream as well. Thank you for all your time today, all my lovely, lovely little followers and viewers today. I'm glad that you were around. Have yourselves a beautiful day. I'm going to look into who I'm going to raid into real.
Okay. Jeezums, dude. Never a dull moment with that group. It's I have so much fun with them. This has been by far the most entertaining thing that I've done, like I guess fantasy wise, like fantasy story, like I've never done anything like this before. Even like in high school it was offered, like the actual like pencil paper and tabletop and everything. Like I had friends invite me over. I was always intimidated because I didn't feel like I'd be creative enough. I didn't feel like I'd, would be able to really contribute or give anything. And I shouldn't have doubted myself. I should have just embraced it and just been like, yeah, because it's not really you as the individual that makes it happen. It's you and everyone else, like the people involved. Like if you find a good group of people like these guys, then it doesn't matter what you do, because you're going to contribute no matter what, because you're just being yourself. I think that was the kicker of what Burn, our DM, basically did was he told us, just be yourselves. You're literally playing this as if you're just yourself, which took the pressure away. Even though it's like, yeah, I went from being a dude that went into this world that doesn't know what he's doing, but yet somehow I've made things work. I've had some really fun moments, like trying to steal the dude's coin purse, and then all of a sudden like becoming a full-blown orc rogue. Like it's been a lot of fun. Go back and watch the first episode. I'm actually uploading all these to YouTube as well, just so it'll be forever there, because this is one of those series that I don't ever want to forget. And I know that YouTube will be easier because, even though I'm an affiliate, they'll stay up on there, won't be there forever. So I want to forever keep this somewhere, because this has been the most fun. The first video, I will say, like my mic gain was like really, really high, so you like hear every background noise that was happening, and I hated it because I was just like, it's annoying, even me going back and watching it. So hopefully the sounds this time around was more even. The whole thing of me having this overlay and like with all of their faces showing up here, I did have mine showing up here, but I was like, let me just put my cam, because why not, with the chat right below me, the map, the stats thing that shows up all the over here, on hand with level 1. Other than that, I was trying to think. There's nothing else. The fact that stats changed. This whole thing has just been highly entertaining. It's new, but they're all accepting. They're all like willing to help out and understand. Like there's tons of shit. Like they've all played D&D before. They've all played like the Final Fantasy online games where there's all these different like classes, races, and meanings. I have no clue half the time what they're talking about, but I just go with it. I'll figure it out as I go, but at the same time, they're usually pretty good at explaining it. They keep it simple enough. But even so, if you come into here and you're just like, what the hell did I get into? Same. But at the same time, I enjoy it. This is this has been an adventure, and it's not even over. It's just the second session, and the whole backstory behind it. You know, Byrne has done an amazing job at setting all this up. The work behind it, like Fishy, she's the one that showed up with this overlay. There was different ideas. You know, Byrne's the one that came up and used, I think it's called owlbear.rodeo. There's also Kit told me about Reactive by Fujitech. That's what we do to get the little pictures that are associated with a Discord call that you have active and inactive that like light up or like change whenever the person's talking, so you kind of get to know who they are. I'm just using like window capture to get like the map to show up in the middle for the character thing to show up on the other side. You know, nothing special there, but like all the alerts will show up down there at the bottom right. Just all this put together has been so much fun. It's a learning experience, and I hope you guys have been having fun, like just coming here and just watching. First I wanted to give a huge shout out to the Anime Conquistador. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate you stopping by, and welcome raiders if you're still around. Thank you so much, Bird Clock, Dread Pirate Geek, for coming by and hanging out. Thank you, Zor. Thank you, Harold Haas, inviting you from TikTok. I posted a TikTok earlier today, basically advertising that I was doing a D&D thing tonight, and thank you so much for coming by. It was really cool to see you guys come by and say hey. Thank you so much for, there was someone else that came by, I thought at one point. I was trying to keep up with the chat and look over, and also responding in kind as best I could. In something like this, when I'm normally like talking to you guys and responding verbally, like it's different. I'm trying to make sure I do more typing while still listening and multitasking, you know, keeping up with the story. Normally in any other content, I'd be talking to you guys and bantering back and forth, but thank you for bearing with me in this, and I'm hoping that everything keeps working out. The audio levels, you know, Dread, thank you for helping me out, try to keep them up to a certain level, because I want to make sure you guys hear them. But it is midnight, and it is the end of the weekend, start of the work week. All this week I will just be kind of back and forth in what I play. There is a schedule, but at the same time, it's like I'm not really following that schedule as far as the game that I play, but I try to at least get on and stream as much as I can within reason, because this is the time of year where working outside has been more draining for me, at least, but also there's other things going on outside of streaming, outside of work, which, you know, that's life. And so it's not that I'm putting streaming on the back burn. What I did is I've started streaming since like last October, and I just came in and hit it really big because I was just like, you know, stream. I was getting very little sleep, not very good, and now I'm sort of starting this year to come up with like a smoothed out plan of trying to like not spread myself out too thin, trying to make it even, make it make sense, but make it, you know, fair for other things outside of stream that I feel like I need to still focus on and give my attention to. But brain fart, yeah. But, you know, either way, it is what it is. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. And I know people have told me this before, the whole idea of like exporting directly to YouTube. I'm going to start doing that more often because they told me how easy it was. It's not that I doubted it. I just never tried it. Now that I've tried it, I'm just like, holy shit, that is so easy. I need to do that more often. So definitely here in the next like week or so, go check out the YouTube, because there's where you'll find the stuff you can watch on repeat, hopefully in better audio quality than it has been live. But ignore me, I'm ranting per usual. You know, go to bed yourself. I'm gonna get off of here, start winding down, relaxing, get some sleep myself. I don't know, sleeps. It depends. But, you know, thank you guys again for coming out. And I love you. And hope you have a good time wherever you are in the world. Good time. Good morning, good night, good evening. Good morning, afternoon, good evening. I should probably get some sleep. I shouldn't stay up. My mind is just... I'm being weird. I know. Stop it. Shut up. I can be weird. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Anyways. I don't want to leave. I really don't. I want to keep talking. But I have to get off. Because if I don't, I'm going to keep being annoying. I'm going to keep sounding stupid. I'm just in that mindset. I'm just in that mood. Having fun. Can't help it. Alright. Talk to you guys later.